listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the foothills of the Dandenong Ranges for a big Division 1 Premier Division clash this afternoon, I shall say, between Rowville and East Ringwood. Big repercussions for both sides this afternoon. Bragging rights are up for grabs, and also it could possibly be a grand final preview. I know that's probably a very early call, but I'll go with that just at this particular stage. Well, joining me for pre-match this afternoon is the alumni of the EFNL media team, and I'd like to welcome Josh Ward, Brett Davidson and Matt Spiderley. Good afternoon, gents.
G'day, Brash. G'day, Davo. Josh, great to be here.
Yeah, great to be here. I'm just looking up the word alumni so that I know
You're the school teacher.
what I'm part of here. But
You've been here before.
I have been here before. So, look, it's fantastic to be here, great conditions. And, Brash, you make some big comments sometimes, but I don't think you've gone overboard with this one. I think we may be looking at a preview to a grand final at the end of this year. So certainly looking forward to the contest, and it's going to be a great afternoon.
Yeah, quite excited about this game, Brash. The two best sides in the Premier Division. I know Rowville have had their losses, but they've still been a step above alongside East Ringwood and have been keen for the last couple of weeks to see these two in action out here at Seabeck as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting broadcast. Also, before we move into the day's proceedings, I want to pass on my congratulations to Daniel King for 349 fantastic games, and add one game, I'm sorry, Dan, that I can't forgive you for, was that 2017 grand final.
That was his best game.
Oh, come on.
That was his most historic game.
But I do agree, he was the best player on the ground in that grand final and thoroughly deserved the trophy. And look, congratulations to you, Dan, for 350 wonderful senior games. And to be honest with you, mate, if we had a EFNL Hall of Fame, you'd be one of the inductions as a legend.
Well, he won't be far away. There'll be a Hall of Fame one day, and he'll probably be in it.
Well, we're going to get things running here, and it's a very warm welcome to the East Ringwood coach, Paul Griffiths. Good afternoon, Paul.
G'day, guys. How are you?
Interesting contest for your team this afternoon. Just over the last couple of weeks, some of your injured players have come back into the side for a nice little cameo into the final series. How is the team shaping up in your eyes, and especially with a really good competitor today to test your skills?
Yeah, you're right. It's a little bit of luck, really. I mean, we've had a bad run with injuries, like everybody does. Like, it's not just us; everyone has their run, and it's a bit of a flip of the coin when your run ends and when it starts to come good. So touch wood, we're hoping that it starts to come good now because we're getting a few back. And when you get a few back, we had 4 come back from injury last week. Things can be a little bit disjointed. We prepare them physically as much as we possibly can. We don't want them to break down. That's the number one concern. But then they've sort of got to come in and then just find their feet within our system again. So, today will be a great test. I mean, we've got a lot of respect for Rowville. They're a hell of a team.
Just following on from what you've just said there, when you've got so many players coming back in, that makes these rotations throughout the games as you're bringing those players in. They've got to be really managed pretty well in the weeks, those coming weeks, as the players are just coming back to form.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, so we want to make sure that, and we've got a really good S&C staff that take care of all that stuff, and at times during the game we want our best players on the field in the best positions, but ultimately we're lucky enough that we've put ourselves in a really strong position that we can look after the players' welfare before the result of the game at the moment. So yeah, of course we want to win and we'll give ourselves every opportunity, but at the moment we're about making sure we get through healthy.
Paul, pleasure to speak with you once again. you've unearthed some youngsters this year, and I want to highlight Felix Seymour, who's put together a fantastic season. How have you seen his development over the course of 2026?
Yeah, you've picked a good one. I mean, it didn't take you guys long. I heard you one day. I think we played Bourne and you picked him off the bat there. And it's hard to miss with that blonde hair bobbing around. And he's so quick. So he's a hell of a player. He's a kid who won an under-19s league BNF. So he's got some talent. We trialled him in the practice matches as a small forward because we got such a strong midfield. I just wasn't sure. And being a new coach, I hadn't seen a lot of him. But then there were some traits he had. I thought, oh, gee, I just think I'd just stuff him in there, just put him in there and see if he can hold his own. And he did from round one, and he hasn't looked back. And every week he's getting better and better. So, yeah, he's a good young footballer.
Another young footballer as well, Zach McGowan, who recently made his VFL debut as well. That must have been great reward to see him get that selection at the VFL level after some consistent form at the seniors this year.
Yeah, wonderful kid. And he works so hard and he's got great ambitions for his own game. And he, every time, he loves the club and he comes in and he buys in every week here. But to see him get a reward and play VFL, and he was a bit disappointed. He thought he could have played better, but I mean, it's a tough competition, the VFL.
It is.
I just had a chat to him then, actually, that now that sort of VFL's kind of done and dusted, that now to invest into us and what we're trying to achieve, and he didn't need to be told that. He's all in. Yeah.
Yeah, last time we had a chat, Paul, and actually you're stolen my thunder there, Josh, because the last time we had a chat, I talked about Marcus Kane, and he's now in the reserves, and I was just about to talk about Felix Seymour. I'm thinking that's not going to happen two times in a row. But I've had a look through the year, and you've had a lot of players out. But it doesn't seem to be that there's been a dramatic change in the way that you play your footy, and even the standards. You've got to remember you're playing against some other good footy sides, but your standards have been really good, which must give you confidence in the fact that you've probably got a 36 that you're pretty happy with, knowing that when whoever the 22 that are there are going to be able to play that system. Is that something that you've really worked on throughout the year?
Yeah, we've had 40 play. I think 39 or 40 play senior footy for us this year. We've had 14 debutants. I think 7 of them have come through our junior program. So injuries present opportunity, doesn't it? So we've got some talented youngsters underneath there, and they've been able to be blooded in amongst some really good players rather than be stuffed into a team that's sort of struggling. And so that's helped their development. And in terms of standards, I've been pretty big on that since I arrived, and I've had great support from the leaders. James Bearlow playing his 150th today. Yeah. He leads the way in that regard. So, yeah, standards have been good, and we like to think that we play a system that you can come in and just play a role, and you don't have to be a superstar, and hence why it probably looks like we haven't changed much throughout the year.
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, and you've been a coach for a long time. 15 years ago, it was all about player against role. Now it's role versus player. And the fact is that as a footballer now, you don't get pigeonholed because you need to be able to play a range of different roles. And when you've got injuries, those roles really open up as well. Have you found that to be something that's made the football better than what it used to be? And don't get me wrong, there used to be a lot of great footballers previously, but it seems to be the football's better now because of that structure.
I think you're right. I think that the old school fella in me would like to say it was pretty good back then. But the reality is that we all played one position, and we probably played it most, if not all, of our careers. And these guys now, they're just so well educated that this is a great standard of footy, EFNL, right? It's genuinely the premier local competition outside the VFL, in my view, and I think by a fair way. So there's a lot of good footballers here. You could probably argue that the footballers running around in this competition are better educated and probably better in a lot of ways than VFL footballers or VFA footballers of the 15 years ago.
Yep.
Just the way the game's evolved. So you're right, if you can play 2 or 3 different positions, and we do that quite a lot, we make sure they do, then if we've got injuries or we need to plug holes, we can do that, and it's not foreign to them.
Paul, great to chat. Good luck this afternoon. Really looking forward to seeing how you go. A couple of weeks ago, went and saw you play Blackburn and couldn't help but be impressed. But the way the team played, particularly in the second half of that match, when Blackburn really took the game up to you early in the match. And it was the guys like McLean, Gaynor. I thought Weatherall was terrific on that afternoon. And you spoke about, at one of the breaks, about we, not me, in terms of it's all about the team and it's not about the individual, and you always want to try and get something out of each game, each quarter.
Yeah, we're big on that. I think that a lot of clubs are, but I preach that a hell of a lot. And just going back to talk about players playing 3 or 4 different roles, that's epitomises the we not me thing. So you might be a gun midfielder, or you might be a really strong half-forward winger who wants to play inside, but you need to put those ambitions aside and understand that flexibility of you to be able to play in positions we need you to is super important for the team. So they all understand that. And they're really good at it. So, I haven't had to push it much, although I do remind them as much as I possibly can. But again, it comes back to someone like our captain, most unselfish footballer in terms of his talent and his ability that I've come across, to be honest with you.
And an extension to that, Paul, is that even when those players are off the ground, like Bilo comes off for a rotation or Pearson comes off, and they're doing their role in their coaching capacity, so Pearson has this year for you in a playing assistant role, but they've got so much energy and the encouragement to the younger players when they do something for the team. Like there was an example when there was a player might have been a spoil or a later important tackle, the voice that's used out on the ground, and that's just as empowering as what the actual disposal was in itself.
Yeah, I agree. Philosophically, I'm a strengths-based coach, so I focus on what you can do rather than what you can't, and I push that to the players. Let's celebrate the things we do well and just leave behind the mistakes that you make, because footy's a game of mistakes. You're not going to play a perfect game, and I think back in our day, if you made mistakes, the coach would be into you and you'd just wear it for the rest of the game and it'd get in your own head. So we want to remove those consequences from their minds and just make them feel positive about the things they're doing well rather than to focus on the things they're not.
Now, the planning for today, you're coming up against a Rowville team. You've already seen them once last time. What are the key focus points going into a contest like this? You've got a few players back into the side today. What are the areas that you are looking for some improvement and some growth in your game this afternoon?
Yeah, we just spoke a little bit about we're trying to forge the edge of our weapons, and we're a month out from finals. So again, we're in a position where we've won our 13 games or 14 games, and so we can not relax, but we can look to sharpen our tools rather than worry about winning so much. I mean, winning will come off the back. That's an outcome of it. But today, Rowville are really good at stoppage. They just don't lose stoppages very often. But we like to think we're really good at post-clearance contests. So we think of the contest outside of the clearance we're really strong at. So it'll be a really tight game in that regard. They like to kick mark a lot, and they kick through their spares really quickly. So I think if we're not up on them and we can't send them LDL, then we're going to have a bit of trouble containing them, their offence. They patrol the corridor really well. Like Brolick likes to control corridor quite well. And so, we've got our hands full. They're a really well-coached team and with a lot of talent. So, I'm just looking forward, to be honest.
It's nearly a chaos versus semi-structure game today, isn't it, in some ways, because they can play a little bit chaotic. And it's not that you're fully structured, but your ability to run from behind, carry, front handball, and really get the wave going is really impressive. As a coach, do you sometimes really enjoy the fact that you're coming up against teams that will do stuff that really make you think?
Yeah, 100%. I prefer that. So if you're coming up against a team that you're not quite sure, we've got a pretty strong understanding of what other teams will do. But there's nuances to the game around the tactical changes that you just don't know what the other coach might do, and that's always fun. That's interesting. I mean, at the end of the day, us coaches like to think we've got more control over the game than we really have. Our work's done during the week, and basically on game day, you hand it over to the players and just sort of watch for things to give them sort of feedback at the breaks, just to let them know what's happening, but really it's over to them.
I mean, the days of making a move that changes the game of football, not that they're gone, but they're nearly gone, aren't they? Because of the fact that the players are so, not only are they coachable, but they are able to coach themselves on the ground because they've been taught how to work out problems without having to wait for a runner or a quarter time break.
Yeah, you hope that, and then that's what you coach them during the week, to hope that they can do that. And we've got enough experience there that they can. Don't be fooled. We're still actually really young. We've got a lot of young footballers in our team. It's just that the leaders are just so good at helping me educate the players.
And acceptance of feedback, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, agree. And again, it goes back to the way we deliver the feedback, and it's all really positive nuance, and make sure that we deliver it in a way that focuses on the things they're doing well and not too much on the negatives.
Finally, for mine, Paul, statistically, comp average is around 310 disposals, of which you're averaging around 320, with about 52 inside 50s a game, which is about 13 a quarter. So not only are you guys able to get your hands on the ball, but your disposal efficiency around 70% is very good. But you're also giving your forwards plenty of looks with those inside 50s throughout the for the game.
Yeah, you're right. So, I mean, those numbers are great. And if we can set up behind our attack and keep the ball in that forward end a little bit longer than we have been, like if we've got some great marking options, obviously, in it, but if we don't mark it and they get their hands on it, they're very good at finding a spare by foot. And then from there, they get their offense up and going. So if we can squeeze in behind our attack and keep it there for a little bit longer, I think that'll go a long way to us winning the game.
Well, Paul, thanks very much for giving up your time this afternoon. Always a busy part of the day, the pre-match, not only for us on the media team, but for you as a coach, as you lead your charges into battle on a Saturday afternoon at 2:20. Good luck this afternoon, and if East Ringwood win this afternoon, they nearly got one hand of having a week off in the first week of the finals.
Yeah, that's the aim. But yeah, thanks guys. You guys do a great job. I listen to you all the time. So
thank you very much.
Thanks.
No worries, Paul.
Thanks,
Good
Paul.
chat.
There you have it, the coach of East Ringwood, Paul Griffiths, joining us, and thanking him for joining us, gents. Before Ben Wise comes on, I'm going to start off with. We're going to start off with Premier Division, a couple of games. We'll talk about some of the games, and I'm just going to rattle them off the top of my head. Probably the other game that's got a big prominence today is the big clash at Cheon Park, and it has to, and it rightfully deserves star billing this afternoon. It's South Croydon taking on Balwyn. Had to listen to you three yesterday talk about who's going to win, and even though it sounded like all three of you thought that Balwyn is still a chance, that you're just slightly leaning towards South Croydon based on the fact that the playing group will get up for Kingy in this contest, Davo?
I think there's a couple of things. I think they will, definitely. I think the whole club will get behind Kingy and what has been able to do. And if they don't get behind him, and if the players don't understand the significance of this situation, then that would be really disappointing.
Yeah.
But they will. They've got a lot of really experienced players in their team that will be sitting back and going, what amazing performance from this young man.
Well, it's respect.
And the respect.
Yeah.
But I think the other thing is, and I said it yesterday, I just think I think South Croydon are going to enjoy being the disruptor.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I think they're just going to enjoy the fact that if they can make it difficult for another team to get into the finals, then they'll get enjoyment out of that, because they can't drop, they can't get in. And if they can beat teams that are final bound as they go in, that means that at the end of the year, they walk away with their 6 or 7 wins, and 4 of them could be against finalists that play in, at the end of the season. That just builds a good beginning for their 2027 season.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what happens. And Jones playing forward the last few weeks has been a real asset to them. Moving from defence, and I think that's really springboarded them a little bit. And I think since Sheridan's gone out of the side, it's been unfortunate. But there's other guys have stepped up within the playing group, and Anthony Scott's now playing some really good footy after settling in. And I think they'll win that game. I just think at home they're playing well enough to beat Balwyn, who I think at the moment are just going through the motions and waiting for the season to end.
Yeah, and past play stay down there at South Croydon as well. They'll certainly get vocal, and it might mean there's no car parks around the Cheong Park facility. So I expect they win. I think it's a tremendous milestone. And if you do want to listen to Dano King speak ahead of his 350th, Blake and I went down there to Cheong Park on Tuesday night and spoke with him for EFNL Inside. Head to the EFNL YouTube page. And
so did he mention the fact that I nearly kicked him out of year 9?
He mentioned I think off air you were his student, or he was your student. So I don't think there was any mentioning of you kicking him out of high school.
No, he was naughty boy, but to tell you what, he's grown up into an amazing man. I can tell you that.
He has.
I'm probably the bit of the lone wolf on this one. Whilst I think Balwyn know that there's still a chance of them playing finals, I expect them to still play at a level that they'll want to achieve over the last few weeks.
And without Urban though, Brush, you've got to remember that.
I have taken that into consideration, and look, I'm not. I understand the logic of milestone games, and yes, South Croydon probably deserved to go into this game favourite based on that. But sometimes the reality means it just doesn't happen.
I mean, and we did talk about it yesterday. A milestone game is important for everybody, kind of like outside of the ground. But when you cross the line and the ball's bounced, no one's thinking about 350 games for Dano.
No, they're not.
They're thinking about what's going to happen in that next moment. The reality is, though, that I think, and we spoke about this already, Brash, that when you look at their list, if you didn't know what had happened this year with Baldwin,
yep,
and you read their list today, you would probably pick them over South Croydon,
Correct.
to be honest. But the reality is that their year has been middling at best for a variety of different reasons, and I think, I think that's why we've gone with South Croydon, is because I think there's a lot for Baldwin to play for, but they just haven't been able to click because of a lot of reasons.
Yep.
They just haven't been able to click this year, and the one player that's been their consistent player through the whole season has been Urban, and he's out, and that hurts.
And talking about a list that's going very well at this moment in time is the Rowville Football Club, and we're joined by the coach, Ben Wise. Good afternoon, Ben.
Hey guys, how are we?
Ben, it's been a very good year for the Rowville Football Club so far. You've had injuries, but you've had great reserves. Your VFL players have come in and filled the four. But one of the most important things is that you've still been able to blood some younger players into the mix again this year as well.
Yeah, that's a positive thing that we get with our footy club. We're able to have homegrown players come up through the pathway, and we really do promote, soldier in, soldier out, and there's always movement within my side due to the VFL at the absolute least, and then you've got to throw in availabilities, travel, injuries. So yeah, look, We're going all right at the minute. We've had a reasonable start to the year, and we've got a big month coming up to make sure that we're playing the right brand of footy coming into finals.
And one of those young men that is making his debut today is number 52, Aaron Linton.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's earned his stripes throughout the year. What sort of role are you going to be asking of him this afternoon?
Yeah, it's so some of the things as a coach. Yeah, you have to do the really harsh things and drop players a lot, but to reward people, and especially someone like Linz, who's, he's come through the junior programs, hasn't come through, the pathways at Eastland or anything like that. He's a homegrown, and he's bided his time in the twos. A couple of years ago, I actually dropped him from the reserve just through his attitude and everything. He was just sort of plodding along, and that's just sort of kick-started his career, and ever since that he hasn't looked back. He's put in the work, and yeah, I'm really proud of him with the way he's...
I know his parents are. Had a quick chat with them up at the canteen, and they're absolutely chuffed.
Yeah, it is, and it's like that's the enjoyment that you get out when you see people like that just persevere. And he broke his nose at the start of the year when he was playing really good footy, and he missed 4 weeks, and he was probably close then.
Yeah.
So he's had a few things along the way that have sort of stopped his momentum, and then it sort of puts him back, and he's got to build up again. But he gets his chance, mate. He'll come in and he'll play a back role, which is, he's developed into a really strong backman in reserve grade. And, when we do match him and do everything with the seniors, he looks quite comfortable on all our forwards.
Well, Izzy, always a pleasure to speak with you.
You too, mate.
Your depth of the club. You've got the two 19s this year, and both 19s are set to play finals. Your reserves are on top of the ladder and are doing pretty well against the strong East Ringwood side. How crucial is that heading into the back end of this season, knowing you've got a full complement of players available?
Yeah, it'd be nice if I get them all. It looks good at the moment, but look, you look out there right now. I think I've got 3 or 4 under 19s, and then some guys that are probably, they're normally the guys at the back end of the list. That we're really using, all of our 60 to 70 that we've got on the list, and I think over the next coming weeks we're able to get some of those boys back. I think I get 2 back from overseas, and a couple of guys are coming through injury, and then VFL are going to finish up in a couple of weeks. So I go from really sort of scratching the barrel to then probably having heaps. So like we were saying before, it's a great place to be in. promoting all these guys and giving them opportunity. But then once I get a full book to pick from, then I'm going to be actually having the other conversation of like, oh, you're missing out. Or So, people don't want to talk to me at the back end of the year, trust me.
And two players I do want to highlight that have come back full-time this year, and I might have stolen it away from you again.
You got a dirty look, mate.
Yeah, Lockie Wind and Tyler Edwards.
Yeah.
How big are they how big have they been coming back this season? Edwards in particular to help support Anthony.
Yeah. Look, they're quality guys. Another set of Rowville juniors that have come through, and they had a crack at VFL, and in both of their instances, they've had some great opportunity and did well at VFL level, and it just gets to that point where, in your career, do you want to continue to persevere and miss out on games due to AFL players coming back into the system, and you're just sort of used as a witch's hat at times, and for them to come back full time, and they're both leaders in their own right, and obviously Windy's a great forward of the comp, and Tyler runs around and no one really respects him yet, so he's slowly building that reputation at our level that he definitely got at VFL level.
So having a look when the players drove in, there's not too many of them that are not on P plates. So
there's a few.
It's telling me that we said about how young the group is.
Yeah.
And then I had a chat. There's two boys I do want to mention, and they're not the two that you mentioned, but Blakey Chambers and Tommy Swainston.
They're the pups of the group,
aren't they? The pups of the group.
Yeah.
But they came through the interleague system.
Yep.
I was lucky enough to be involved in the system when they were there.
Yep.
Two great kids. Speaking to them today, they don't get me wrong, they love the VFL experience, but they have an absolute passion to coming back and playing here at their local club, and that's something that we spoke about before the game. It must be really good for you as a coach to know that they're getting that experience. But this is still their love.
Yeah.
Their love is to come back and play here with their mates.
Yeah, 100%. And you've got to provide an environment to, like we were discussing before the game earlier, you've got to provide an environment and stay connected and make sure that, just because they've gone up to higher levels, that this is your home, and when you are available, we want you back. And, we've been able to sort of come up with a pretty good recipe of looking after those guys that go up into different systems, and then when they do come back, they feel as valued as they were when they left. So that's the biggest thing for me, and what I've been working really hard on. We get so many young kids coming through our programs, and sometimes you go back 10, 15 years and they were sort of sprinkling all over Victoria, whereas since I've sort of been at the helm, I've sort of really tried to make sure that we hold on to all our talent.
So you go in with a really young team today against an incredibly experienced outfit who are playing some pretty good footy, and they play a certain style. We know what they like to do. They like to spread. They like to come down in waves, and then they try and lock the ball in their forward line. What have you got planned? I'm hoping they're not listening at the moment, and you're not going to give away too many secrets, but what have you got planned today for you to take that next step up, which would be really good for just the players to challenge themselves?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of getting your game as good as you can get it. Obviously, they have a certain style that we've got to adapt to, so defensively and our setups around the ball are going to obviously be tinkered a bit, but we've got to make sure that, the way, we played Blackburn last week, we didn't play anywhere near our style or brand of footy, but we still competed in a probably a shootout with Blackburn that we didn't want to be in. So we've just got to make sure that we can play our style and our brand, and then probably limit the way that they want to and take away their strengths. And I think if we do that, we'll be able to sort of execute.
Good afternoon, Wisey. Good to talk to you. Now, we were out here a few weeks ago when you played Vermont, and it was a really good performance, and it was an ability to be able to have that chaos game and then be able to lock the ball in your forward half and put their defence under real pressure. I mean, that's something today that's going to be a real key to this game, because your forwards have worked well when they've got the ball, but equally as well when they haven't.
Yeah, and it's a balance, isn't it, really? Like, you've got to make sure that, with your positioning and our setup and our structure, that you're able to execute when we've got ball in hand, but then obviously be in positions to defend when the ball comes in. So, we've got a pretty young mix there this week. Chambo coming in, he hasn't played much footy with us. He's only played 3 games. And, Brocky Coldcloud that's going well. Will Verrill's sort of been floating all over for me at the minute. He's been down back. He's tagged on ball. He's played wing. So it's a different look with Matty Davies running around in the twos today. It gives great opportunity to see what we've got, and I think pressure on the balls, whether it's through the midfield or forward of the footy or down in defence, I think it's a big aspect of the game that you got to emphasise a fair bit on.
How important is it when you talk to the players pre-game and give them those messages? Is it not to tell them not to get too caught up about what might happen in 3 or 4 weeks' time or 6 weeks' time, but even just focusing on what's required today? I mean, because you can get, in a sense, you get carried away and embroiled in all the stuff that might happen in weeks going forward, but just relying on what you can actually only control today.
Yeah, you can't look too far forward, can you, Spider? Really, we've obviously been going pretty well to put us in a position to, our aim's always to play finals, and then once you get that ticked off, it's about where you finish on the ladder to get the best chance to have a crack at the title. But if you start looking about 4 weeks' time, you're going to miss the boat. You've really got to stay in the moment, I think. Assess every situation that we've got. There's guys in my side now that, in 3 weeks' time they may not be in it, but if they're thinking about that, then their performance is going to lack, and you lose your focus and you concentrate and spend energy on things that you can't control. So we just try and make sure that we can focus on what we can control, how we're going to be the best teammate, the best player for today, and then if you tick those boxes, then in 3 weeks' time, if you continue to tick those every 3 weeks, then you're going to be there in 3 weeks. Instead of worrying about 3 weeks' time and not worrying about your job now, you'll find you won't be there. So
how's the team going to recover without Ray today being around the ground, watching every kick and handball?
I thought it's probably you guys. How are you going to handle not having him here?
How's the club handling him not being around on a Thursday night?
Yeah, it's a little quieter. I don't get as hassled as much with, he doesn't pick the side apart and tell me the right and wrongs in selection. So I think he's gone over to China for a couple of weeks, so he'll have a bit of fun over there.
He'll be watching. He'll be
live.
And we were going to send him a photo of today. But he wouldn't realise that it's Seabeck and sunshine.
Well, he wanted to know who.
We don't see that a lot.
He wanted to know who was polishing his statue, who was on roster.
Yeah, it's a little garden gnome, isn't it?
Finally, for me, Ben, one player that we haven't spoken of, but he is highly rated in this football club, is Jesse Eickhoff.
Yeah.
Good to see him, back in the fold as well, because on his day, he's definitely in your best 22.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, he's it's a bit of a luxury to, be in the position that we are without one of our key cornerstones down back. That's since I've been at the footy club, he doesn't miss. So he's a very durable player. He plays hard. He's very professional and diligent with his setup. So. Yeah, to get him back, mate, he had a tendinitis that he pretty much, we had to rebuild his knee because it was just like he'd sort of carried it for 2 or 3 years, and it got to a point after the prelim last year, excuse me, that it wouldn't stop flaring up. So like he'd go for a run to blow up, and we had to scale him right back, get a really strong strength program into it, and he did 9 months, and then he gets right and he gets cracked rib when he plays 2. So I wasn't going to put him back to the 2s after once the rib come good. I think he'd done enough, so he's fit and ready to go, and he'll come in and play a role like he always does.
Well, Ben, thank you very much for giving up your time again, my friend.
Nah,
really good for having you on, for coming on again. You and Paul have given us great insight for the game at hand this afternoon, and by 5 o'clock, hopefully Rowville are victors and a challenging East Ringwood for that top spot.
That'd be nice. Thanks, guys. Have a good call.
Thanks.
There you have it. Ben Wise, the coach of Rowville, always good with his time, and he gives us great insight.
Both coaches do. I've loved speaking with Paul Griffiths the 2 times we've seen East Ringwood, and always love speaking with Wise.
Well, I'll tell you what, gents, we're going to take our first break, and when we come back, we'll get into the games and see if we can pick a winner for all the punters out there. This is Radio Eastern Game of the Day. This is match day. It's Rowville versus East Ringwood, and we're coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1 and tuning all around the world on Facebook and YouTube.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. EFNL Game Day coming to you from Rowville Recreation Reserve this afternoon. It's the big Round 14 Premier Division clash between Rowville and East Ringwood, and we've just finished speaking with both coaches who have given us great insight into the game this afternoon. But we're going to turn our attention now to the rest of the games that make up a big Saturday here in the Eastern Football Netball League, and we've just spoken about South Croydon and Balwyn. Another game that has some significance is happens to be at Zerby's Reserve this afternoon between Doncaster East and Blackburn. Blackburn coming off a stirring finish last week to beat Rowville, but by 8 points, and Doncaster East went down by 4 points, I believe, to South Croydon in what some would say was a surprise loss, Josh.
I think it was. I know South Croydon didn't have too much to play for, but it hurts Doncaster East because it keeps the door slightly ajar for Blackburn, particularly with their run home, and if they win today for the double chance. They finally got their teams in after they didn't by yesterday afternoon when we started recording. Xavier O'Neill, Aaron Sharkey and Riley Winter back into the lineup. Those are 3 massive inclusions.
Well, that's their big ins, aren't they, Josh? When
massive.
You consider...
Well, O'Neill in particular with his VFL experience.
Well, yeah, and he's a work around the ball. But also, for me, Winter is a huge in terms of what they need down back. Spoke with Anthony Fagan a few weeks ago, and he talked about how he admitted that defence had been a bit of a concern for him and the big question marks we'd been lodging about them. And to have a guy like Winter be able to come back in the team to play that role down back, at some stage they need to get Mar back into that team. They just need to get that back end of the ground in some order going into a finals campaign. But, yeah, look, I agree. I think they can win this game today, and I think they will. Doncaster East, they do not want to get this into a shootout like we discussed yesterday. No. This has to be a game all about stoppage, and this all is about contest and clearance for them. And if it gets into a stoppage scenario, then I fear for them, because it's just the way that Blackburn can move the ball offensively. And if they can lock the ball in their forward half and get the ball into the tools like guys like Moore, etc., Woods, I mean, that really will give them the advantage in this game. So I think Blackburn win, but not by a lot. But Doncaster East, there's a big challenge for them if they really want to sum up this and sew up this top 3 spot, Davo.
Yeah, look, I think it's Blackburn for me. I think that Donny East have played really good, consistent football the last 5 or 6 weeks. A blip last week, but that was we kind of like called that.
Yeah.
We thought South Croydon would do that sort of thing around for size like they potentially can do today. But I think Blackburn will be too strong.
Yeah, look, I agree with you, Blackburn, and one of the reasons why I'm going for him, and I think you mentioned it yesterday, Dave, Shaki can kick 7 or 8, but it's who they've got in the support, right, that can pick it up if he doesn't kick the goals. And I think the Blackburn defence is a little bit more. There's a little bit more steel in that defence, and I think their forwards are just going that little bit better. And I think they would have been buoyed by that win against Rowville last week. I think the Burners win. They'll win by about 12 points, I reckon.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, around that mark. Yep.
Big game down at Edward and Flack this afternoon in terms of. Big for Berwick because there's a lot on the line. Noble Park, once again, they were competitive for probably 2 to 3 quarters, but they just don't have that finishing. They don't have the players to put the finishing touch on a game of football at the moment. And I think whilst there might be a little bit of it, there might be a bit in it because of the Nelsons and stuff like that. I think Berwick are still going. They're going. Well enough. They only lost by 25 points last week against the ladder leaders who we're watching today. I still think Berwick win. They win by about 40 points for mine.
I think Noble have got a few decent players back in this week.
Yeah, Bailey Lambert. Yeah.
Mason Torrance and Angus Quaife back in.
So they're certainly going to be, and like they have been all year, they've been thereabouts for 2.5 quarters, but it's that quarter and a half that lets them down every week. And, I think Berwick will be too strong. And,
I agree.
Well, whether it's a substantial amount, hard to tell, but I think it'll be Noble will keep up with them for a while, and I think they'll just, they probably will run them off their legs a little bit, I think, Berwick, towards the end.
Yeah, you think so, and particularly through the midfield, like guys like Todd, and we know like Williamson's been doing, Arthurson's been really good for them. Look, they've got a really capable side, Berwick, and if they can get the ball into their forward half, going to be very hard for the Bulls to be able to defend that part of the ground. So I think Berwick win by about 4 or 5 goals. Yep.
All right, last game. I'm always confident when I see a side go into a game unchanged. And Vermont, over the last few weeks, have named some unchanged lineups. They do again this weekend. They're at home against South Belgrave. South Belgrave, once again, they're competitive because their scoring allows them to be so. But Vermont at home, I think they've found their mojo, and they're on a roll. And and I think Noble Park challenged them again for a little while last week, but they responded. And I think the young playing group is starting to realise what needs to be done to run a full 4-quarter game out in Premier Division, and I expect them to win again this afternoon by about 3 or 4 goals.
I agree as well. It's so crucial for a Vermont side that was hit hard last year by injuries to be unchanged for the last couple of weeks, Dave. I think they get over the line against the South Belgrave outfit that make more changes heading into this game.
Yeah, it's been frustrating for South Belgrave. They've never been able to get any fluency within their list. Vermont, as Brash said, nice and solid for the last couple of weeks with their list. I still think they're probably a rung and a half below where the top teams are. But
I think that's where they are on the ladder is exactly where I expect them to be.
But I think that's a positive, to be honest, because I think they're really playing, and they've got themselves playing the style of football that they want. Players have come in and adapted to what they need to do, and they're building for next year.
Yeah, this is not all about this year for Vermont. This is over the next 2 to 3 years, where you can see at the moment where they're heading in a really strong direction with these young up and coming players coming into their lineup, and it's probably not the finished product yet, I think, for them. So look, I think they're playing some really good, strong football at the moment. I'm liking what they're doing on on the inside of their game, but I'm actually really liking what they're doing on the outside as well. I think their outside run in the last few weeks has been really important to the way that they've been going about their footy. And I think now Wiedemann back in the side, kicking some goals. They've played him up the ground a little bit at times as well. It gives them a little bit more flexibility. We saw them play here a few weeks ago, and they showed that they are capable. So I think they're definitely a side and a threat to win a final this year.
All right, let's move into Div 1. Match of the day, I feel, in this division this week is Montrose are at home to North Ringwood. North Ringwood are in pretty good form at the moment. They don't seem to have, with Big out of the side, I thought they might have been in a bit of trouble, but they seem to have steadied and they've rallied, and they're still winning games, Davo.
They are. The ruck is still an issue for me, but and as I said yesterday, if Big O was playing, I think I would definitely be going for Montrose. I think Montrose has been pretty solid.
Yeah, they have.
And with Collier Dawkins and Big O together, I think that really gives them something in the middle, but he's not there. And it's not that they've got poor backups, but there's a difference between a backup and someone that like the Big O. I think North Ringwood are just a little bit too strong. Defensively, they're nicely set up. They've got a few forwards back in. I think they're going to be a bit too strong for Montrose, but I think there's a real chance for Montrose to cause an upset. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think I think they'll just get over the line today.
You should see Blake Tennant.
Yeah, I know. I thought if I said they're going to win by 40 points, North Ringwood, I expected a big hit in the back of the head. I've said it's going to be close, and he's pulled back, and so that's a good thing.
I'm tempted to say North Ringwood by 40 points. I don't think it'll be close. It was a point the difference last time these two men, a high-scoring game out of Quamby Reserve. I just think, with North Ringwood, a bit more midfield depth, even with like Collier Dawkins playing well, Brad Watson in there. I just think that'll be enough to get them over the line, Spider.
Yeah, tipping the Saints. Think they'll win. Strong defence. But this is a real big challenge for Montrose forwards. They talk a lot, and they have done well against some defences, but this is coming up against a really strong defensive team. So let's see if they're up to the measure of it. I think North Ringwood would win this game, only just, but I think Montrose will push them every step of the way. Yep.
All right, next game, the Park Orchards Roadshow comes back to Domini Reserve this afternoon, and they take on Bayswater, and you're going to be a brave man to pick Bayswater this afternoon, gents.
I'm not that brave. I'm not that brave.
I'm not that brave. I'm certainly not that brave either.
And that's nothing against Bayswater, but we are talking about a Park Orchard side that's really running smoothly at the moment and doing some good stuff, and I just think they're just going to be too strong.
Yeah, Park Orchards.
Mitcham at home to Beaconsfield. Now, this is an interesting little contest between two sides that, look, they're both heading finals bound. Mitcham have just quietly going around their business, Joshy.
Yeah, and Beaconsfield, Devon Smith, regained Devon Smith, Kobe Ship, Kay Delarue and Jardy Valet as well. So they'll be more than competitive against Mitcham. I won't be shocked if they get over the line with those players coming in. I just think with Mitcham there's, again, a bit more depth, a bit more class across the lines. I expect Parenti coming back in is pretty huge.
I think there's the difference. The difference is Parenti and Olden in their forward half just really had something that is difficult to defend against, and I think they're just a little bit strong in the mid area as well, but it'll be a great contest, and Beaconsfield have been really good this year.
Look,
they've been really good.
They've been really competitive, some strong signs for the future. Look, at the start of the year, we weren't sure where they were going to sit in the landscape of things. We did know that there'd be a small step backwards, but I think, as I said yesterday, this is all about next year and the year after for them. I think that they can take some steps forward in the next couple of years and be a real contender. But I think in this game, look, they'll push Mitcham for most of the day, but I think in the end, Tigers get the points.
Yeah, Tigers for mine. Norwood, second half of the season has been much better than their first half. Do we give them a chance up at Heights Reserve against the Mooroolbark side that you don't know whether it's going to turn up or not?
Well, I back Norwood. I back Norwood, and even though Mooroolbark have Jet Harpen and Ethan Wright back in, I think they have been performing better. Have Norwood in the second half of the season a lot better than Mooroolbark, who I know it might be contingent on some of their top-end players, but they're still unreliable, Davo.
They are unreliable, and I would have picked... Look, I think it's going to be a point. a point in it. I'm going to go Moorabah by a point, and purely because if Norwood had kept Callaghan in, I think he's the big out for them, because who's the guy? They've brought someone else.
They've got Kemp and Patterson back in. Ned Renfree as well comes in.
Renfree back in. I think he really helps. But they've just, one too many of their better players out. I just think that Moorabah, Hartman is a talisman for him. He, he's won some games by himself. He's playing great footy for a young kid, and I think they'll just be a smidge too good, and I really do mean a smidge.
Yeah, Moorabah at home for me, but really impressed with the way that Norwood's been playing over recent weeks. I think they've been really competitive. Brett Moore should really take acknowledgement for it, because he has done the hard yards with this group, and they've got a promising future, I think. If they can keep this nucleus together and add to it in 2027, we're going to see them win more games. They'll just fall short in this game, but I think there's a lot to like about Norwood. Moorabah, still a little bit of work to do from a consistency point of view.
With finals out of contention for Peronia, I think they've got a free hit against Wanty South this afternoon at Tormore. Now, I'm going to put the question to you, and I've been having a bit of a think about this. I reckon Wantirna South for mine look a little bit light on in the midfield. If you take Wong and Figamilli out of that midfield, I don't know if they bat that deep, and I think that's where Boronia could get them this afternoon.
Yeah, well, I think one of the things we spoke about yesterday was that some of the ins for Boronia are pretty
big.
good. Preston coming back in, he'll go through the midfield. They've loaded up in their forward half, which is really dangerous. I still think, even though Wexy's come in and he'll shore up that defence like you wouldn't believe.
Oh, his pockets are that full of reverse draw money.
Yeah, so he'll be fine. But I think I just have that feeling that Wanty South, and I agree, Brash, Kaika hasn't stood up like he has been previously. They are really strong with those two, but they can't rely on them all the time. So Boronia have a free hit. Boronia have definitely got a free hit today. It's at Boronia too. That gives them an even bigger free
big
hit.
ground question marks on Wanty South.
And I think I made the call that I think Wanty South win it for one reason, and that's because of their ruckman Dines. I think he is such a key player, even when they don't win. And
Hannon.
And with no Hannon, it really makes it difficult.
Yeah,
So
makes it hard.
That's the only reason I'm going with Wanty South. Otherwise, I still think Boronia are a real chance to take this.
Yeah, Boronia at home are always a hard task, but I'm tipping Wantirna South. The only thing I will say about Boronia is that long term they need to probably identify, they really need a strong key forward, like a young up-and-coming key forward. Yes, they've got Robertson down there, been there for a long time, but he's really only a second key forward. They really need a number one key forward, and they need to go out probably and get a number one key ruck for the future, like other clubs have already got. That's probably their big downfall at the moment.
Especially in that division. That division's probably got the best ruckman as a collective group than in a lot of other divisions when you think about it.
Gents, I reckon we've only got about 4 or 5 minutes left, so we'll quickly go through Divisions 2, 3 and 4. Right, let's start in Division 2. Ringwood are at home to Waverley Blues. I still think Waverley Blues are a chance for mine.
Waverley Blues, just.
I'm going Ringwood by a point.
Waverley Blues for me as well.
Match of the round sees Surrey Park take on Mulgrave. I think this is a danger game for Surrey this week. Mulgrave are running on top of the ground again, and they've seemed to have worked out they've worked their line up again without with Angus Gervasoni not in that lineup. Josh, I think it's going to be closer than what a lot of people think, but I'm going to tip Surrey by about a goal.
I'm just going to defer to these two gentlemen.
Okay.
Surrey Park will win.
That's weak. That's weak.
No,
come on. Put them on the line. Put them on the line.
You got to put them.
I'll back Surrey, even with 5 changes this weekend.
I think Surrey by a goal. I think it's going to be a really good game of football of two very different styles. So
Surrey will win.
It'll be really interesting.
Lilydale against Heathmont. I think Lilydale have got too much to play for against Heathmont.
They'll win. Yep.
Lilydale for me as well.
Lilydale by a point.
Yep. Interesting contest. Croydon are away down at Scoresby. This will be a hard, tough, uncompromising contest between two very tough sides. Croydon have got a lot riding on this game. I'll pick them and they'll win by a point.
Yeah, they'll leave it to the last 90 seconds again, and they'll hit the front and they'll win. Croydon.
Scoresby by a point. I've got the 3 big games all by a point, and I think they are. Said it yesterday.
There's probably going to be a draw there somewhere.
Yeah, there'll be a draw
Croydon will
somewhere.
win. I'll back Croydon in.
Okay, Templestowe, home at East Burwood.
Templestowe win that by a fair bit.
All right, let's quickly go Div 3. Div 3C, Ferntree Gully taking on Oakley Districts down at Princes Highway. I think the Gully get the job done with Stevenson back in.
Ferntree Gully to win.
Yeah, he kind of adds a bit, doesn't he?
No, only a little bit. Only a little bit.
I think they win it easy.
An underwhelming Knox take on Whitehorse Pioneers. I expect Knox to get the job done.
Be careful, Knox. I've got Whitehorse as my roughie for the week. Knox will win, but I think it might only be just.
I agree 100% with Spider.
100% agree as well.
I'm tipping the upset this afternoon at King's Reserve. I'm tipping Upper Ferntree Gully to beat Donvale. I don't reckon Donvale are travelling all that well at the moment.
I don't think it's an upset. I've gone for Gully as well.
I'm going Donvale narrowly, but Upper Gully, they've been a mighty team this year. I think they're still premiership contention. I'm still tipping them for the flag.
Upper Gully for me as well.
Well, the side I think that could be the fly in the ointment in Division 3 and could spoil Donvale's party is the base, and they're going up to Arctic Park this afternoon to take on a very, very hard, determined Coldstream, I'll say.
Yeah, Bears should win, and I think they'll want to win big as well.
All right.
I think they'll win big.
Base and win.
All right, quickly. Warrandyte, Croydon North Emlock.
Warrandyte.
Kilsyth versus Forest Hills.
Kilsyth.
Nunawading against the Bulleen Temps.
Bullants.
And Turnside too strong for Doncaster Gents.
Yeah, Turnside win that one.
Turnside, yep.
Turnside, yeah.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. All 4 divisions done and dusted. 2 coaches spoken to. That's pre-match for the 1st of the 8th, 2026. Coming up after the break, the call team will assemble for the big clash here at Rowville Recreation Reserve, coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1, streaming all over the globe on Facebook and YouTube. This is the end of game day. Thank you very much.
Catch up.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round. Beck Oval 1v2 in Premier Division. Top spot potentially up for grabs. If the Roos win today, they will almost just about officially mathematically lock up the minor premiership in the first week of the finals. Rowville need a win to keep their minor premiership hopes alive. A massive game, potentially a grand final preview, and absolutely a finals preview as we get stuck into this one. I'm Ryan Long, media manager with the Eastern Football Netball League, and a massive welcome to Ben Warren-Smith to call this one. We brought in the big guns from Tasmania for probably the biggest game we've had this season in a match of the round point of view.
Good afternoon, Ryan, and it's great to be out here at Seabeck. Probably the most picturesque I've ever seen Seabeck in 25 years. A clear blue skies. Even the power lines in the background look great today.
They do.
But I'm stoked to be out calling Premier Division today, and I've been really looking forward to this game for a couple of weeks now. I can't believe it's only 9 weeks since the last time these two sides met, because I remember that game vividly and the commentary that Ray was giving us non-stop throughout the afternoon, and a come from behind victory for East Ringwood in the last quarter. Rowville got a little bit of a tendency of letting that happen to them, with letting teams run over them, and that's a bit of a danger for them today. We hear Stephen May's out of the side for East Ringwood, which is a huge out for the Roos, but really looking forward to how this one's going to play out. There's a big crowd in here. You're going to struggle to get a car park, but there's plenty on the outside. Make your way down here today, because this looks like it could potentially be a grand final preview.
Absolutely right. A warm welcome to Brett Davidson in the special comments chair. You would have heard him on the pre-game today. You can't ask for much more. A beautiful Saturday afternoon in August, and two very, very good sides.
Oh, definitely, and I'm loving the fact the music's here. We've got Enter Sandman to start us off. I'm working with EFNL Royalty with Brash and BWS and Ryan. I tell you what, and we've got sunshine at Seabeck. It does not get any better than that. So, loving this opportunity, and it's going to be a great game between, I'm going to put it out there, the two grand final sides for this year. So, it's grand finalists. It's going to be a ripper.
It absolutely is. Also welcoming to the main broadcast, Wayne Brasho, hosted pre-game. Great to have you on for another big game, and we've talked. We can't talk enough about how excited we are for this one. I mean, this is your genuine finals preview, the two best sides, and I know you've been really looking forward to getting out here and watching these two live going head-to-head.
Nothing better when you've got Premier Division style top two sides playing off in a round 14 clash with the finals just around the corner, with a lot of bragging rights on display and up for grabs. And this is exactly what we're going to get this afternoon. It's going to be a game of contrasting styles, but I think it'll be a very good insight into what could happen in the finals.
Absolutely, and we're almost ready to go as the two sides are out on the field at the moment. Their last address before running out. Of course, we'll have our boundary riders who are making their way out onto the ground this afternoon. Blake Tennant and Jared Beanland. Blake, how's the conditions down at ground level?
I actually agree with BWS. I've never seen a ground like this in Rowville in a long, long time since I've joined the media team. But East Ringwood, they'll be kicking to the right of your screen. It's also James Bealow's 150th game today for the champ, so good to see him back out there. And as you mentioned, BWS, the big out in Stephen May. So Jamie Gilchrist comes in for that, and Tyson Schruck in for the Hawks over Matt Davey. So there you go for the Hawks lineups here. Jared?
Thanks, Blake. Would you believe it? This is my first time out here at Seabeck, and it's a beautiful day for it. It's a great ground. Beautiful scenery. Today, I reckon East Ringwood for mine, they're going to be too good. They'll get the job done. I think the systems-based way that they play is just going to be a little too good for the chaotic-based Rowville game style. I think we saw in that last quarter, the first time they played, it's probably going to be the way this game's going to go.
Did you enjoy the bus trip, Jared?
Oh, it was a bit stressful. Wondering if I'd get here on time, but we made it. We made it.
So the 901 did the job, mate?
Just.
So we're all set to go out here at Seabeck Oval as the umpire holds the ball up for the first bounce, Ben Warren-Smith.
Umpire Damien Sully in game 300 today. Congratulations, Damo. Throws the ball up. Showermaker's got the quick knockdown. Ball hits the deck, scoots out. Out the back, strong tackle there by Waitman. An up and under kick. Still inside that centre square. Umpire's not going to pay that. Brolick got the spoil. It scooted out there to Naina. Got the handball away. Here's Below linked up well. He inside forward 50. Go the Roos. Up towards the forward pocket. Bouncing football. It beats Fox. He's going to be the first player to meet. A little handball over the top. Does it stay in? It doesn't. Wetherall was lurking, but through for a one behind. First score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard goes the way of East Ringwood.
So Rowville take the kicking, first 30 seconds of the game, and the Roos are on the board with a minor score. Quick clearance inside 50 from Waitman as Schruck to bring the kick in for the Hawks. Long kick towards the middle of the ground. Underneath that one, it was Tweedy at the back who got spoil out the ground level. The Hawks trying to get that out to Coleclough. Ball comes back out in favour of the Roos. Waitman, quick little handball to his brother, and they go long towards the top of the square. One-on-one, Fox did enough to take the mark. Used his body well against Verrill, and he'll go back, lining up for goal number 1.
So there's we've already seen the start. There's been 4 handball receives from contests already for East Ringwood where they're running through the front of the contest. So it's something that...
and the big man goes around the corner and has missed to the right, Davo, so... Missed opportunity, but they're looking good early.
Yep, definitely. They've moved the ball incredibly well to start off with.
So a couple of behinds. Early scoring here for East Ringwood. So Mitchruck just takes off and pokes the ball outside 50. It was a good-looking kick. Went through the arms there of McDonald. Ball hits the deck. A 2-on-1 situation ensues, and we will have a ball up. Still across the half-forward line. Okay, umpire Sully. Throws the ball up now. Showermakers palmed it down. Brolick was in that way and laid a strong tackle over the boundary line and out of bounds. Far side of Seabeck Oval.
What I'm loving is Delaney's work in the defensive half for East Ringwood with setting them up is sensational. That's why he's a leader.
So Coughlin got slung out of a tackle and Guymer got the free kick holding the footy.
And on that Damo, they're playing with one player loose, just that half kick behind the footy.
So a pretty packed forward 50 here for East Ringwood. The kick's going to go to the hot spot and up towards the big Fox direction. He got one handle on it. Ball hits the deck. There's a lot of players around the foot. He's going to be hard to get any clear disposal. Good tackle by Nick Schoenmakers, the big ruckman.
Well, he's only averaging 10 disposals, Fox, but he's kicking 3-1 every game.
Came out from the stoppage and quick tackle. Once again, we'll have a ball up. Well done there, Liam Coughlin.
And that's what makes them so dangerous, because he can do that, and they've got the other small forwards that really bump him for a couple of goals.
Showermaker's got the easy palm down that time to McDonald, but he was going nowhere. Stoppage after stoppage. Wetherall goes up. Showermakers as well in that. He'll try and win his own football. McRae on hands and knees. Couldn't release the pill. Little scooting kick by Naina. Goes through for another behind. Peppering the goals early, but not finding the big sticks. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. East Ringwood 3 behinds. Rowville yet to score.
So Schruck looks to play it on pretty quickly. Finds Edwards by himself in the back line. Short kick forward. They maintain control of the possession now through Coughlin. Coughlin off the half back. Goes in towards the direction of Coleclough. Couldn't quite get it to him. There's been a free kick paid, and it's going the way of the Hawks in the middle of the ground. So a chance for them to go. Schruck was looking for the handball. Decides to give it to Coughlin instead. Now inside 50. In front of this one. Spoiled from behind by the Hawk forward there. Getting it across. It was well done that time by Chambers.
That's the case of someone running to the wrong side of the receive, because he's a right footer, just pushed it into the pocket. They needed to go inside then and open up that forward line.
Still looking for their first inside 50 of the afternoon. Tap down was won by the Roos. Ball in play here. Trying to trap that one. That time was McLean. And a good tackle by Connor Waitman as we're back in towards the middle of the ground here.
I'm liking the way that the way this game's shaping, the pace-wise of the game. It's going to be fast and flowing, I reckon, this game.
Brolick on hands and knees. Doesn't win that one. Said it was Guymer. It was wrapped up immediately, and we'll get another ball up. Centre wing here right in front of us, broadcast side. On a perfect afternoon out at Seabeck Oval. Hawks have the numbers out the back. Going back to Coughlin. Handball forward. Couldn't quite hit his target. And now it's turned over and the Roos will go inside 50. Long kick towards the pocket. Couldn't quite get there just in time. That was out of bounds on the full. Fox trying to get a hold of that, or did that come off hands?
Touched the line, I think.
So a boundary throw in the forward 50 here for the Roos.
So across the half-forward line. Taking its time, making its way back into play. The blue painted lines out here at Seabeck. Charging through, nicely done. Taylor got dispossessed though. Free kick holding the footy. Got to get rid of it quicker. So a free kick going the way of East Ringwood. Colby Naina. Seems like he's going to back himself from here.
I think you have to, BWS. If he kicks it, inside that right goal post, I think he'll score.
It's certainly nowhere near a 50 either.
Comes in now, he kicks from just outside the arc. He starts it right, and that's exactly where it stays. It only scrapes in for one behind, and once again, minor score is the result on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've gone almost 6 minutes here in this first term, and East Ringwood lead by 4 solitary points.
Yeah, boys, no wind down here to speak of, so no excuse for inaccuracy today.
So Kane Young this time taking the kick in, and they go to the far side, but it's a poor kick that time as that goes out of bounds on the full, and Damon Delaney back in the side this week will have an opportunity to send East Ringwood forward once again. Done all the attacking, have the Roos in the opening 6 minutes of this contest. So Delaney back in the Fox direction. He's got a lot of numbers to beat here. Ball hits the deck. The kick away from Rowville is turned over. And the Roos again with the intercept mark and able to send this back inside 50. It's a crowded, congested forward 50 at the moment. And he'll put it towards the top of the square. Hard one to mark, and it's done by the big man of Rowville in Schoenmakers.
Just got to calm down with the footy a little bit, Rowville.
Big Nick gave the hospital handball away to Schruck, who turned himself into a bit of trouble but got the kick away just in time. McDonald dropped what he probably should have taken. Here's Below to mop up the pieces here for the Roos. They're going backwards to go forwards here. Link up handball's okay to Nolan. He needs to dart around. The handball went back out wide looking for Below. They're under a little bit of a pressure there. Broly can, when he's coming at you, you run the other way normally, especially if you're on the street, maybe not the footy field. And over the boundary line she goes.
Well, I moved when he ran towards the van. I moved a little bit backwards.
So about centre half forward-ish. Ball will be brought in the front spot. McLean, Schoenmakers did well to work himself into position. McDonald, little handball away. Now Rowville, a chance to go through the middle of the ground. They need to change something up. They need to get a bit of a run on. Hitting the deck was Taylor, and the Roos once again have the numbers. Handball up towards the half-forward line. Darting around this way, that way. Put himself under a lot of pressure that time. There was McGowan. He'll get it back now and goes inside. Sorry, it was Gilchrist. Short pass was a good one. The umpire said it didn't travel the required distance. Strong tackle, Will Verrill. And he's been rewarded as well. A little bit stiff there on Waitman. So, Verrill got a short option if he wants it in Swainston. Might have to go there now. Use the near side of the ground. It was a low percentage kick, knocked over the boundary line and out of bounds. Too much of a stretch for Taylor.
Yeah, but East Ringwood have done really well to build that wall across the midfield there, and they're not allowing Rowville to get any clean ball out of their back 50.
They're having a lot of trouble at the moment, escaping that back half of the ground. Donnelly involved again. Waitman, kick forward. Eichhoff almost took it off the second grab. And a free kick here. No, we'll get...
Yeah.
A ball up, still inside forward 50 for the Roos. 4 behind to Zip. Schoenmakers with the tap down. McDonald to Brolick. Caught by Walsh. Tapped it towards the boundary line. They'll look to keep this in through Waitman. Waitman kick forward to Pearson. Not 15. Tucked away in the pocket. Puts it towards the danger spot. And it was intercepted that time by Swainston. In defence for the Hawks. And has the short option in Verrill. He's looking to switch it back onto this side as they try and hit up a target. It's cut off by Seymour. Was looking for McDonald. Seymour read it best and now puts it into a great position. And they're going to have a set shot now on goal through Marek Smith.
Well, that was really disappointing then from Rowville. They came out, they kicked to a 1-on-4 and missed the 4.
Yeah.
Then didn't defend the kicker, and East Ringwood were able to bring it into a bloke staying by himself in the forward 50. So they're just a little bit off at the moment, Rowville. They're a little bit pressured.
Marek Smith looking to put the Roos first on the ball. They're 4 behinds, and now they are 1 goal for. First one of the day for the Roos. 1-4-10. Rowville yet to score. We've played almost 10 minutes into this first quarter.
In fact, both sides' disposal really, Dave, has been pretty sloppy. It hasn't been fantastic in terms of hitting a target.
It hasn't, but what's happened is that so when the ball's going into East Ringwood's forward line, East Ringwood are pushing really deep. They're clogging us so that it's really difficult for Rowville to get the ball out of the forward line, and we haven't seen any connection between the Rowville outside players yet to be able to get the ball forward.
So ball back in the middle here. Well, bit of a domination by East Ringwood early. Certainly need a centre clearance and get their game going here, do the Hawks. A nice knockout that time there by Wetherill, straight down the throat, and they're going charging forward again here, the Roos, inside forward 50, right to the top of the goal square. Nicely done there by Verrill, used his body well, took a good mark, switched it out wide to Wood. A little bit indecisive, Wood. Eventually elects to pop it up towards the wing position. It was a one-on-one contest, sitting behind the play, keeping it alive, Nolan, momentarily. We will go over the boundary line and out of bounds. Have to be thrown in right in front of our boundary riders today. Jared Beeland and, of course, Blakey Tennant. By brings the ball back in now. A little bit of holding in the ruck contest. Thought it could have been a free kick to Wetherill. Umpire said it was okay. Came out now. Nicely done by Schruck. Got it out wide. It's going right near the boundary line. Waitman fell over at the crucial stage, but not, and then picked up and kicked up towards a half-forward line for East Ringwood. Bouncing footy away. The Hawks do seem to have the number. Strong tackle there. Blake Pearson, you little beauty, brings Swainston to ground and will have a ball up 40 metres out from goal.
The one thing what I'm liking about East Ringwood is they're playing a game that Rowville don't want to play.
Showmaker spent it before he had it. Going inside, Waitman poked it up towards the goal square. Streaming out, though, was Young. On the right boot, booms it out towards the wing position. Bounces inside the middle centre square now. They just can't get it past that centre circle, can they, the Hawks, as the Roos go forward. Once again, inside forward 50. The kick was a little bit sloppy, though, so Young had a chance to get the handball away. Now this might work out. Here's Brolick. Little chip kick over the top. There's a little bit of run, a little bit of system going. Colclough up towards the half-forward line. They've still got the numbers, but the kicks aren't hitting the targets. They're letting themselves down.
That was a poor kick forward then. That he had to hit that target because that would open up the forward line. Missed an easy target, and that's when it hurts.
So Wetherill with the tap down this time. Waitman involved once again, been busy early. Edwards wraps up the other Waitman.
I've liked the early look of Wetherill in the ruck against Showmakers.
Competing well against him so far. Here's an opportunity for the Hawks. Quick kick inside 50. Bounces across the line. That time that was Tyson Schruck, who was the late inclusion for the Hawks.
And Jared's right. You've got to have a jumping ruckman that can at least try and nullify Showmakers in the ruck.
Having an incredible season is Showmakers. It will be super important today if Rowville are keep their minor premiership hopes alive. It was Wine with the tap down that time. Delaney with a quick handball. They'll look to get through out. Seymour chasing this one. Pearson picked it up. Back to Delaney. They move this down to Seymour. He's worked hard on that one. Out on the wing. Their numbers have been good through Waitman. Waitman, it's a one-on-one. Great kick and a great mark. Great hands there by McLean, who's held up by Young. And it probably helped the Hawks there just to slow things down and get a couple of numbers back. As McLean goes inside 50, looking for a mark. Fox is underneath this one. It could have been held, and it's a free kick against him, in fact, and it is going the way of Edwards.
I think it was an unrealistic attempt.
Short passes on. Nash Wood in the back pocket. Again, it's the second time he's been a little bit indecisive, but he elects to go for the longer option. Out wide, little handball over the top. They've kept it alive here. Gleeson for the Roos. Short little pass, a dinky little kick. Waitman, who wasn't going to be paid anyway, spins around in a pirouette. An up and under kick right to the top of the goal square. Big fly, magnificent. Remy McLean. Yo beauty takes a screamer from about 20 metres out directly in front.
Yeah, that'd be a contender for an early mark of the day, I think.
Yeah, and look, and again, it's that situation where Rowville is struggling to get the ball out of their defensive 50. And if they're not hitting their target,
they're turning it over.
Turning it over, and East Ringwood are coming back with interest. He's taken 2 really nice marks in the last minute and a half. McLean, he could cause them a bit of trouble today.
They work the ball forward well, and McLean set himself, and he'll come in, want to finish off the good work, pokes it towards goal and makes no mistake. Goal number 2 for East Ringwood on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've gone halfway through this first term, and they lead it by 16 points, 2-4-16 to no score, gentlemen.
Well, they thoroughly have deserved their lead here, BWS, because the old adage, they're playing in front, they're hurting Rowville on the turnover, and they've built a wall that Rowville at the moment cannot get through. And when Rowville get it, they're just under the pump. Every possession, Davo.
Yep, and they've got to run and carry the ball a bit more at the moment. Rowville, there's just too many long kicks.
So back in the middle, been a dominant start for the visitors. There's a free kick called going the way of the Hawks, potentially something for them to get going. It's going the way of Edwards. Edwards finds Wood on the outer wing here at Seabeck Oval. They have not looked likely.
He's held the ball for a long time.
Didn't have much ahead. Finds Taylor now. Still a long way out from home. Looks to go inbound. The mark was dropped by Young, and now they cough it up. Waitman once again involved. McLean wrapped up Young. Nothing called. Young got it off to Martingale. Martingale inside 50. Good hands there by Steph McDonald. He's a long way out though, and he's tucked away on the boundary line right in front of the scoreboard here at Seabeck Oval.
I tell you what, that's what you'd love about your forward. So you've got Young, number 2, McLean, knocked the ball out, followed up, big tackle. You love that from your forwards who have run down and helped in the defensive area.
So Seth McDonald. The Hawks need something. They haven't scored in the opening 16 minutes of this game. Can McDonald get him on the board? He's kicked towards goal. It's not a bad attempt, but it's going to fall right. And it's just the minor score. First on the day for the Hawks, one behind. East Ringwood 2-4-16. We played 17 minutes in his first quarter.
That Kane Young versus Remy McLean matchup is one to watch. Young wants to play off of him, and McLean isn't letting that happen.
Thanks, Jared. Zach McGowan played on, got the handball away to Tweedy, back to McGowan with the old 1-2. On the right boot, drives it out towards the wing position, and I tell you what, they're moving this ball nicely. Handball over the top and darting back in towards the middle. Hugging that boundary side, but linking up nicely. A little handball out towards the Guymer direction. Couldn't take it, but had running support. Kick inside forward 50. Will McRae takes the mark. Well, it wasn't the cleanest of football, but they're putting so much pressure on every contest, East Ringwood, and just making the play for themselves.
That was the blue wave in the way it was moved down there. That was fantastic football. Even when they were under pressure, they still had their runners.
So Will McRae's kicked 20 goals for season 2026. Love to add to that total. Starts his run up inside the centre square. He'll kick from the paint to 50. Going goal. Would it look beautiful off the boot, and straight through she goes. Third on the board now for East Ringwood.
Yeah, well, that's a good goal by McRae. Last year under Ben Osborne, he fell out of favour there for a while, Davo, but since Paul Griffiths has come back in, he seems rejuvenated, and I think he's found a role for Will that's really suiting him.
Well, when you look at the fact that he can play against the 5th best defender, it really makes it, it adds to it, and he goes through the midfield as well. I mean, both the Waitmans, himself, and then you've got Pearson. There's a very dominant and different sort of forward line.
Few concerns for the Hawks going into quarter time. They're 21 points down. James Below in game number 150 will get the clearance for the Roos. Long kick towards the top of the goal square. Great hands.
McLean again.
That was perfect from Below right to the top of the square. McLean never looked like dropping that.
So not only has he taken 3 marks in the forward 50, they are big marks. They are all contested, all big marks, and this is what you want your key forwards to be able to do. And he's very, very impressive first 15, 20 minutes of the game for him.
Already has 1 on the board. He's looking for goal number 2 in the Roos 4th, and he puts it through. They are in spectacular form to start this one. That's their 4th, 4-4-28 to the Hawks 1. and Remy McLean has 2.
No, Dave, it makes me wonder when the way McLean's playing at the moment, as if I don't know whether Rowville have got a match-up for him.
What I love about the fact that, you've got Weatherall down there and now McLean's gone into the ruck. How good's that? You can put Weatherall down there and McLean goes in, he's able to jump. He's just come from kicking 2 goals. It's a change-up in the way that they look now, which is really impressive.
It's what Paul Griffiths was saying, though. It's the skill sharing.
Yep.
28-1. And we've just hit time on in this first term, and he's taken it straight out of the ruck to McLean and bangs it on his boot. Inside forward 50, bounces away. Young trapped it, hit the deck. He was brought to ground by Riley Weatherall, and we will have a ball up about 25 metres out from East Ringwood's goal line.
So that'd be the last 4 clearances they've also had. East Ringwood.
Unbelievable. Showmaker's got that knockout. Needs some support. It's still at the top of the goal square. Spinning around there was Naina. Almost could have been Ping. Curling something back miraculously. Couldn't be done by Gilchrist, and through for 1 behind. Hearts in mouth sorts of situations out here at Seaback Oval. The Rowville faithful, they don't know what to do at the moment. Their boys have really slowly out of the gates and are trailing by 28 points. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern, and of course streaming live around the globe on our YouTube and Facebook channel. Shout out to Ray Baird in China. He'll be absolutely mortified at what he's seeing early in the piece here.
Yeah, he's probably listening to it in Taiwanese too. Maybe might want to turn these subtitles on, Ray.
Just have a look at
I've only got English subtitles on, unfortunately.
That's a shame.
Have a look at the pocket too, boys. It's the Rowville Footy Club Resi Day today in the 19s as well. So I'm sure after half time he'll be very vocal. So hopefully they can help him out in the end there.
Yeah, half of them have got their rig out as well down there, Blake.
They've also got a full DJ set up too, and I heard the president's spinning the decks of Richard Jago. So shout out to you, Rich.
So Schruck, a long kick out of defence. They find a target. It's Martingale on centre wing. Well, they just haven't looked likely when going forward. Back to Schruck. Schruck, a small kick forward. It's a paid 15 just. There's Below. Just waits a little bit there and holds Schruck up in the Tyson variety. Short chip forward, finds McDonald. And again, they've been very slow to get this ball inside 50. Haven't been inside 50 much themselves anyway, and they've been able to spoil this across the line, have the Roos through Damon Delaney.
Now, that is just tremendous defensive structural setup then from East Ringwood. That's 3 or 4 times they've got the ball 75 out. Rowville have had nothing to kick to.
Just look at the confidence levels are down at the moment for the Hawks. Trailing this game by 28 points if you've just joined us. McLean in the ruck has been fantastic. Waitman got hands to it, out the back is Schruck. Quick little handball, and they now move this through Swainson. They go back to Eichhoff under a lot of pressure. His handball turns it over. Getting in the way there was Naina. Waitman gets a handball off. Now inside 50 through Gilchrist towards the top of the square. Might just bounce through. Goal number 5 for the Roos. Gilchrist with his first. And that is 5-5-35 to 1 behind, 23 minutes gone.
Well, I certainly wouldn't have picked this quarter to be the way it is, Davo.
Well, I think this is what I expected of the way that East Ringwood would move the footy, because this is what they do. They win the contest and then they run in waves. What's been disappointing is the fact that Rowville haven't been able to win any contests, and when they do, they've just been out-pressured to turn the football over. So that's the area that they've got to get better. They've just got to hold the game up a fraction.
I tell you who Rowville are really missing in that midfield is Lockie McDonald.
Yep.
That run.
They need some sort of spark out of the middle, and they might get it this time through Coughlin. Up towards the half-forward line, bouncing football. Verrill did really well. Little handball over the top. This is better. Here's Colclough. Little short pass is on, and Wine gets close to it. Gets down on his knees, almost said a prayer. Took the mark.
Well, it was a mark he had to take. They need a goal here, Rowville.
It couldn't have been an inch shorter, though.
No, it was. It was exactly 15.01 metres.
Maybe umpire Sully's feeling generous on his birthday.
Well, to say they need this is an absolute understatement. Lockie Wine, 50 goals for the season. Safe to say this is bread and butter for someone of his ilk on his home deck. His team needs it. He needs to put it through, and he does just that. Post eye there, first goal on the board. Hallelujah, say the Rowville fans out here at Seabeck Oval, but they've hit the scoreboard, 1-1-7. Still trailing, though, East Ringwood 5-5-35.
That's what happens when you win a contest. They won the contest. They were able to then transition the ball out. Some small, short kicks, which they hit their targets. They were pretty short, but they hit their targets. Nice lead-up goal. Gives them a bit of confidence.
Gets Lockie Wine into the game as well. I think that might have been just about his first touch, first opportunity. And makes no mistake, been so important for the Hawks lineup back full time this year. Back in the middle it goes again. It's Shoalmakers with the tap down. Brolick trying to chase this one. Seymour with the tackle. And we'll get a ball up right in the middle again. 25 minutes gone first term. Thanks for joining us. Radio East and 98.1 FM and our Facebook and YouTube streams. Shoalmakers once again with the tap down. It was Coughlin going nowhere. Wrapped up in another Roos tackle. Shoalmakers against McLean. Got it down. McDonald handballs it out wide to Edwards. Back to Coughlin. This is better from the Hawks. Back towards their half-forward line now. Donnelly was first to it. Wrapped up by two Rowville forwards. And we'll get a ball up about 60 out from the Hawks goals. Looking to get back-to-back goals in this one. Shoalmakers just dropped it. Naina handballed it forward. Was looking for Seymour. He's beaten this time by McDonald. He gets his handball cut off by Donnelly. A lot of pressure here from the Hawks now. Schruck. He's handball out wide. They go back again. Darting through traffic is Brolick. Now his kick is a good one. It's a great mark by Mav Taylor. Got the one hand out to bring it in. Long way out from home. Oh. Taylor just gets it to his teammate there in Swainston, who's about 60 out from home.
A little bit lucky he didn't get an extra bit of yardage then. That was a fairly late push, but now they've covered everybody up. So if he's confident with his kicking, it's a fair kick, this one.
So he's a long way out. He is a good kick, but it looks to find a target. And that's a poor kick. He's turned that right over. And East Ringwood will take possession of the half-back line.
Will be let off there. Taylor filthy at the deliveries. The kick goes up towards the wing position. Big fly by Martingale over the back. Couldn't take it on the second bite, but nicely mopped up there by Schruck. Got the handball away. Strong tackle on Eichhoff. Going nowhere, and we'll have a ball up. True centre wing position out here at Seabeck by Nathan McDonald. A few McDonalds on the ground today. Throws the ball up this time. The kick was smothered. Walsh went after it. Brought down in a strong tackle there by Mav Taylor. They've inched closer. Still trailing by 28 points here, the home side. It's 1v2 today out here in the Eastland match of the round, Premier Division at its best. And making a statement early is the East Ringwood Football Club. There's no doubt about that as Colecloud tries to break the tackle of three. Couldn't do so. No one penalised there, and a quick restart here. Shoalmakers did well, palmed it down to himself, roped his own footy there. Brolick came charging in, gave the old hip and shoulder to Lachlan Keimer, if you don't mind. Over the boundary line she goes.
At least they've calmed the game down a little bit in the last probably 7 minutes, Rowville, which is what they needed to do.
Can they snag a second one on the eve of quarter time? Little handball over the top, that time by Schruck. Can they keep the ball alive? The Hawks, they can. A dinky kick as the siren sounds by Swainston up towards the half-forward line. And that's quarter time announced out here. And as I just recently said, what a statement it's been by the East Ringwood top of the table Roos, 5-5-35. A monstrous performance here in the first term. Rowville getting a goal late to keep themselves in the contest. They are 1-1-7. The major goal kicker is Remy McLean. What a quarter he had, booting two and running into the middle. Singles to McRae, Markick Smith and Jamie Gilchrist. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast so far on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. We'll be back with the second term right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Well, welcome back to Seabeck Oval. Match of the round here, and it is the Hawks taking on the Roos. And quarter time, the Roos big first term, 5-5, 35-1-1-7. We're going to hear from one of the coaches in just a moment, but we've got Josh Ward in the score centres around the grounds. Let us know what's going on, starting with Premier Division.
Absolutely. South Croydon, 40 lead ball in 19 in Dano Kings, 350th out of Cheong Park. No update from Zerby's reserve between Doncaster East and Blackburn. I'll chase that up during the... I know you're very
I'll send it to you, text
Berwick lead Noble Park, 10-9, and Vermont lead over South Belgrave, 26-15 out there at Vermont Recreation Reserve. Beaconsfield are off to a fast start against Mitcham. The Tigers won 6-12 to Beaconsfield, 4-3-27 out at Walker Park. So a good start there for Beaconsfield. North Ringwood lead 3-1-19 to Montrose 1-6-12 as well at Montrose Recreation Reserve. Moorbuck 7-2-44 lead Norwood 1-1-7 out at the Heights. Park Orchards with a decent buffer over Bayswater 6-1-37 to the Waters, 1 behind. And Baronia 7 behinds to Wanturna South, 1 behind. 7 behinds. It seems to be a recurring theme at the Division 1 level today with some inaccurate kicking. And Wanturna South are 1 behind as well. Division 2, Heathmont lead Lilydale 19-14. Waverley Blues now out by 13 points against Ringwood, 4-4-28 to 2-3-15. Croydon 22 lead Scoresby 12. Surrey Park 3-2-20 lead Mulgrave 2-2-14. And East Burwood off to a fast start, 5-2-32 lead Templestowe 2-3-15. We might go to Division... We'll drop down into Division 3, and of course the big game out of Kings Park. It sees Domvale 18 lead Upper Ferntree Gully 3. Oakley District lead over Ferntree Gully 4-2-26 to the Gully 2-7-19. The Basin 27 lead Coldstream 18, and Knox 52 lead the Whitehorse Pioneers 13.
Cross down.
As we might go down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Thanks, Josh. I've got senior coach of Rowville, Ben Wise, with me, mate. Pressure and movement up the ground. Those were the two sort of catch calls that you had at that address, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Unfortunately, they were just able to get their game on their terms, and they were able to sort of chain out a stoppage a lot, which we spoke about. We know they really like to forward handball, and I just felt that we didn't defend and do what we wanted to. And then we just got smashed around the ball, really. Like, they were able to win contests. I think we lost clearance by 7. So, yeah, when you're doing that, it's giving forward territory, and they're locking the ball in and getting shots on goal. So we just got to make sure that we get back to what we do really well, own the contest a little bit, get it in our forward half, and make sure that we structure up the way we plan for.
Awesome. Good luck for the game.
Thanks there, Jared. Division 4, Bulleen Templestowe 55 to Nunawading 1. Croydon North Emlock 14 to Warrandyte 10. All locked up at Kimberley Reserve 38 apiece, and no score update from Forest Hill Reserve.
Thanks there, Josh Ward. Blake Tennant was out at the East Ringwood huddle.
Yes, all smiles, and very excited East Ringwood players as well. They were happy with how the corridor moving was really done there. Just needs a little bit of work though, but pretty pleased with that as well. And just the brand of the bringing its finals footy, as Brian Paul Griffiths said on quarter time break. So all happy smiles down there at the Roos.
Great stuff there, Blake Tennant, as Showen Makers went up with a fresh air shot, came down. Josh Waitman will hand the ball back to umpire Sully in game 300. Celebrated last week, but realised this week it was a game early, so he's having the double celebration today as it came over the top there in Naina. Up and under kick out towards the wing position. Going to be anyone's ball here, a 2-on-2 situation. Eichhoff was in there at the bottom of the pack. Pearson as well for the Roos, and we'll have a ball up.
Just quickly, Blake mentioned the mood at East Ringwood's huddle. It was very subdued, very circumspect at Rowville's huddle, and I was worried I wouldn't get an interview with Ben Wise as he was rightly frustrated with his players.
Did a super job, that's no doubt about that. It was a great interview. Good insight from a coach with a lot of frustration at the moment. Kenny's side bounced back though. An up and under kick out towards the wing position. Little handball over the top that time was Wood. He was looking for Showen Makers. Couldn't get the ball to bounce to him. Mark Smith sees it over the line, and we'll have another boundary throw-in. Good crowd here out at Seabeck. Make your way down here. If you come after half-time, you'll get him for free, so it's well worth it. A little knock on by Weatherall that time. Here's a go for the Hawks going forward. He's Schruck over the top. He goes. The umpire blew his whistle. Vantage paid inside forward 50. And why wouldn't it be when Lockie Wine was out in front and was met lace out, and he'll have a ping from 40.
So every time that they've managed to be able to get a clearance, they've been able to get the ball on their own terms and have been able to kick short to a leading target. They've held the game up for probably 8 or 9 minutes, Rowville, which is really important. So kick this goal, and you don't win a game at quarter time.
No.
So this is an opportunity for them.
So Wine starts his approach now. He'll kick from just inside the 50, goes Goldwood and kicks it. Gun barrel straight over the goal umpire's head. And that's 2 on the board now for the Rowville Football Club. Just the start that they were after here in the second term, 2-1-13. Still trailing, though, by a handy margin, 5-5-35 East Ringwood, but a good start.
He's a beautiful kick of the football, isn't he?
Yeah.
You just watch him. I mean, what you do is you take video of that and you go back and show your kids about how to kick a football correctly. Doesn't try and overkick the footy. Nice tempo, and that's just a beautiful kicking style, and that's why you need to get the ball in his hands as often as you can.
Sitting as the second leading goal kicker of the Premier Division for a reason. He's got 2 already for the Hawks. Both goals as margin back to 22 points. Free kick here going the way of Rowville. They're going to use the advantage that time through Schruck. Was looking to get to Brolick, just overdid the kick, but did enough to get it on hands and knees. Gets the handball off in time to Taylor. Getting past his opposition, puts it towards the top of the square. It was sport from behind. A lot of Hawks numbers around this contest, though. Ball comes back. The handball under a lot of pressure. And a good tackle there from Chambers.
That's what you want your forwards to do. Turn it over, but keep them the ball for a secondary stoppage.
So we're right inside forward 50 here for Rowville. I'd love to get the second on the board of this second quarter and get the margin a little bit closer to conceding the first 5 of this game. A high kick from Weatherall. Taylor underneath it, got hands to it. Out the back was Coughlin. Handballs it off. Now trying to get it to Edwards. It was cut off. And we'll get a ball up on the far side.
The one thing that's been notable in the opening 4 minutes is Rowville's work rate has lifted to try and maintain a bit more pressure on the East Ringwood ball carrier.
Of course, one of the things that was mentioned at the huddle, Eichhoff got the handball away, but it's turned over now. Pearson takes a bounce, can take another one. Kicked a famous goal against the Hawks last time. Decides to pass it off inside 50. Has a target on the far side of the ground here. And they've done this well. And it's McLean again, who's already got 2 in the first quarter. And if I was him, you'd just back yourself in with the way you're playing at the moment. It'd be a tough kick from here, though.
Yeah, this is one of these. Yeah, it's really hard for a right footer on this side of the ground.
He'll be kicking from outside the arc. 50 metres out. It's a good-looking kick. Will the wind hold it? It will hold it to the right. And out of bounds on the full. So no score. East Ringwood still lead this game, 5-5-35 to 2-1-13, 4.5 minutes into the second term.
Yeah, just on that, the wind has started to pick up a little bit. It's going to be favouring the right of your screen.
Kick comes out now in the front spot. Show Makers on the second bite. Wants to keep the ball moving quickly. Kick was smothered, though, for the Hawks. Little handball over the top from Waitman. Linked up nicely there with Walsh. Pinpoint pass inside 50. And once again finds the man of the moment, Remy McLean, who takes the mark. This time he'll kick from directly in front, 45 out.
That's a crucial turnover. They're the one, they're coach killers, those ones. Had the control, come out, little smother, not under any pressure. Turnover, and now they've got an opportunity to kick another goal, East Ringwood.
So Remy McLean. Comes in now. Starts his approach. Kicks it strong, kicks it straight into the post. So let himself down with a behind and a poster. And Anaban's on the full. A couple of goals, but he's all around it, and he's certainly the most dangerous player on the field at the moment, 36-13.
So struck a long kick out of defence. Can they get something going here? Once again, it's all Roos numbers first to the footy. Bilo wrapped up in the tackle by Verrill, and we'll get a ball up in the middle of the ground here at Seabeck Oval. 36 plays 13. Top spot would just about automatically be East Ringwood's if they win today. They're a couple of games ahead. Inside 50 here for the Roos. In defence, under a lot of pressure there is Toomey. Got the handball off to Young. And run down in the tackle. Umpire didn't call anything. Pearson can take advantage. Pearson towards goal. And he misses to the right. So minus score for the Roos. They move to 5-7-37. 2-1-13 Rowville. 6.5 minutes gone second term.
They're certainly capitalising with possession on every single Rowville mistake.
12 scoring shots to 3 at the moment. As the ball's been kicked in, was touched just over the boundary line out of bounds. Blake Tennant, I'm going to ask you, what's the theme of the players down in the pocket? They're all looking quite dapper down there.
I think it's just all suits. I think they've done it for the last 3 years, Rowville. So I think it's just I don't know if you guys have seen the Peaky Blinders documentary.
Yeah, okay. Bit of old school. I saw a whole lot of them pulling out their all their steampunk canes as well as they rolled out of a 2010s Honda.
Up towards the half-forward line here for the Roos, breaking through, darting around Seymour. This would be some sort of a goal. If he can put it through, he cannot. It was a wobbler, floater, mongrel punt right to the line. And umpire Dave Parker, who celebrates his 600th game goal umpiring today. Massive. To give the salute. What a fantastic performance he has done. Over 25 years, the big man. Congratulations, Davo. There's a short pass from Rowville. They've got Brolick screaming for it in the middle of the ground. 38 plays, 13 at the moment. It's a 25-point margin using the near side wing. The Hawks working it up, nicely marked there, and keeping it tight was Chambers. So Chambers now on the right boot. Sends the ball inside forward 50. It's a 4-on-1 situation. The Roos had the numbers that time. Taylor took it. He was brought strongly to ground by Lockman and will have a ball up.
It's the first time we've really seen Rowville spread to the fat side of the wing and actually move the ball down on the switch.
So deep inside their forward 50. They've got the only goal of this second term. Ball going nowhere. So we'll get another ball up about 25 metres out from home. 13 plays 38. Tap down again, won by the Hawks, but Bilo through traffic sends a long kick out of the back line. All Hawks numbers in the middle of the ground. Schruck gets through the tackle, sends it towards goal. Schruck to the left. That is a massive kick from the centre square. but it's just a minor score. 2-2-14 Rowville, 5-8-38 East Ringwood, 8 coming up to 9 minutes gone second term.
I tell you what, you wait until his younger brother plays.
Baxter.
Baxter,
He'll be the best of all.
He makes that kick look like a short pass.
Absolute star, Baxter, Davo.
Delaney in the back pocket has it for East Ringwood. Wind around on the left boot now. Drive it up towards the wing position. Big fly there by Below. Brought it to ground. Little in and under handball. Might work out okay from Seymour. Linked up with Fox, who's a long way out from goal. And strongly brought to ground. And a little bit of argy-bargy from Toomey as well. By Nathan McDonald, not having a bar of that. It will get a quick restart happening here. And Show Makers almost went up unattended that time. So they'll get a clearance here, the Hawks. An up and under kick inside forward 50. But to no avail. Standing strong was Nolan. Not going to mess with him, that's for sure, as he switches the ball out wide to Donnelly. Takes the mark. They're going to poke it around the half-back line. Use the wing position. Here's Will Taylor. It was a scrambly kick. It was a shocker, actually. Chopped off there by Edwards. Wanted to use the middle of the ground. He signalled to go further out wide, and he does that now. They might square things up here, the Hawks. Kicks the ball inside forward 50 and a little bit of a push out, said Tristan Tweedy, right into the mark, and he gets the clearing kick out to Mark Smith.
Usually spoils Obers, but this time had to take the mark. He's the leading spoil and the competition is East Ringwood on the far side. Slipped through hands of Eichhoff. Got the quick handball from the big man in Show Makers.
I can also add he's got the most spoils ever by Premier Data.
Of all
well.
time?
All time, I think. Yep.
So we get a ball up on this far side. 10.5 minutes gone second term. 14 plays, 38. East Ringwood leading. And across the boundary line it goes once more.
I want to see Lockman get more involved for Rowville. He's had opportunities down there, just hasn't worked hard enough to get free. I want to see him work a little bit harder because I reckon he could be a good marking option down there.
So ball back into play. It was Wetherill won the tap down, but the Hawks have the numbers to go forward. Going into this one, Colclough. They win out. Quick handball there from Schruck. Once again, Colclough towards the boundary side. Could be pinged here almost.
The disposal is just not clean enough at the moment for mine. They're just handballing, and they're handballing to nowhere in Hope, really, the way Rowville are playing at the moment.
It's a high kick from Seymour. This will be a tough one to mark for Keedle. Spoilt by Wood. Under a bit of pressure here. Big tackle by Mav Taylor. We'll lock it up inside there. Forward 50 here. The Hawks, 11.5 into this second term.
They are working harder, Rowville, but they're not being rewarded because their disposal has just been really poor.
Seymour with a quick handball was turned over. Now McDonald off the right boot towards goal. And it's missed to the right, so another missed opportunity for the Hawks. 2-3-15 now, 5-8-38 East Ringwood, back to 23 points.
He's been good though, I reckon, McDonald today. I think he's given them something on that far side, and they need to get the ball out to him a little bit more.
Tristan Tweedy kicks it out. He was looking for Nolan. It went over the top of his head. Ball's going to be out of bounds here. Gleeson couldn't keep the ball alive right in front of the East Ringwood dugout. Coach Paul Griffiths and co. We will have a boundary throw-in. About 60 metres out from the Hawks' goals. What can they manufacture from this stoppage? Looked like Show Makers had one arm held. The umpire said play on. It came out by Schruck. Couldn't get a clear possession away. Still alive. Inside forward 50. It comes out now. Here's Colclough. Around the body he goes. Barging through. There was Chambers. He hit the brick wall of Harry Nolan and went crashing to the turf. And we'll have a ball up about 30 metres out.
Real arm wrestle at the moment.
Certainly is. 13 minutes into this second term. It's a 23-point margin. Oh, nicely done there by Edwards. Darted around, got the handball away. Snap on goal again from the Hawks. Now, this time they're the ones that are peppering the big sticks, but they just can't find them at the moment. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 2-4-16, trailing by 22. East Ringwood, 5-8-38.
So, both sides with chances in this quarter. Just the one goal kicked, and that was in the first minute of this quarter by Lockie Wine. Back to 22 points. Big goal coming up for the side who gets it. Might certainly dictate the momentum of the game going into half-time. Out on the far side, Keedle tried to keep it in, but the boundary umpire called it back. So we'll get a boundary throw in far side of the ground, right in front of the visitors' rooms. One of the odd placements here at Seabeck. The visitors on the far side of the ground. So almost 14 minutes into this second term. 22 points the margin. This ball brought back into play. Shoalmakers will win the tap down. In front position. Big tackle there by Waitman. Ball comes back out. Keetal with the handball forward. Here's Seymour. They link up to Donnelly. Donnelly has Waitman gone past. Gets through the tackle. Says he'll do it himself. Waitman out. Now to McRae. McRae tucked away in the pocket. Spoiled away from Fox. At ground level doing well was Gilchrist at goal number 2. And he's put it through. And he breaks the deadlock. But the Roos get there. 6-8-44 to 2-4-16. Waited a long time for Dave Parker to signal the goal.
Exactly not what Rowville needed there, Davo, because, you know, look, they did have the game on an even keel, but once again, it's their disposal that's doing them in.
And they got hurt again from the 1-2 forward handball.
Yeah.
And the missed tackle then was the real key. That missed tackle on Donnelly really hurt them. Yeah, young Gilchrist has been an extremely talented junior, had a lot of injury concerns, was going to be a superstar basketballer as well. Good to see him coming out and playing a good role today.
And that's what he needed to do. He was in the right spot for a small forward and had really good poise under pressure to get the finishing touch there as the ball's back in the middle. Restart.
I think what happened this quarter, I think Rowville's pressure went up and I think East Ringwood's has just jumped up again.
Knockout that time there by McLean. Goes up towards the half-forward line. They're just cleaner as well, aren't they? Up towards centre-half forward. Looping handball to Keetal. Can Keetal set sail for goal and put it through? He cannot. Well, the crowd was behind him, and then he got the Bronx cheers from the Rowville faithful to boot.
Yeah.
And through for one behind. It was all set up for an epic finish.
This is a really important 5-minute period here for Rowville. They need to hold, because if East Ringwood kick a couple of goals on the stroke of half-time, they're going to be in trouble in the second half.
Yeah, it's really important few minutes here for the Hawks. McDonald, the half-back line, certainly looked a little bit better coming out of the break. Young goes back to Verrill. They're now going to switch it towards us on the broadcast side. Here's Brolick all by himself, can run a little bit forward. Decides to move this down, like cut off by Seymour. We read that fantastically. Now has a target all by himself. Hits up Geimer, who probably could have kept going. Slows it down and now sends this one inside 50. And another mark is taken, and that is Walsh. And fantastically well read there by Seymour, who isn't going to be an absolute star for this Roos side.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. I mean, that was just class.
Yeah.
His intercept, but then his ability to think on his feet with the short inside opened up the ground completely to enable an outside lead. So did that extremely well.
Has been fantastic again today. There's a big chance for Walsh to really put the margin out. Approaching time on in this second term. It's currently a 29-point lead for the Roos. Sam Walsh, he's kicked towards goal. It's a good one off the boot. And the Roos have another. It is now 7-9-51 East Ringwood, 2-4-16 Rowville, 17 minutes gone second term.
I think we were talking about it a couple of weeks ago, and Paris Harvey made the call about moments.
Yeah.
He talked about winning big moments in games, and if you look at, you split this half up already, you can name 4 or 5 big moments that East Ringwood have won and have created a scoreboard pressure, and that's what Rowville haven't done yet. They haven't won enough big moments.
Well, I reckon they've scored 3 goals. I think East Ringwood on turnover, Davo, throughout the first half.
Ball back in the middle. They need a spark from somewhere. Where's it going to come? It might come from the skipper here in Brolick, who swings around now on the right boot up towards the half-forward line. Umpire thought he might have paid a free kick there, but he let it go. They're just going in harder at the moment, aren't they? Little handball out in front by McGowan. Below came charging through. His second effort tap was superb. Got it away to Delaney, who's linked up with Keetal on the right boot. Let everybody down out of bounds on the full. But how good was James Below, that second effort, that third effort, the 2 taps there just to keep it in advantage.
That's why he's the captain of a great football club.
Yep.
Exactly what you want to see skippers do. It's a kick in now, Verrill. Linked up okay. They're very indecisive at the moment. Kick goes out wide to Swainston. Grandstand side. All the Rowville faithful eating comfort burgers at the moment as it goes up towards a wing position. Good strong tackle there by Will Verrill.
Devo, you mentioned in East Ringwood's game against Blackburn the umbrella defence, that it was easier, obviously, to see up on the balcony, but do you think that's what's happening here to stop Rowville from moving?
Yeah, I think what they do is that you can have a look at their defensive structure at the moment. See how they push someone to centre half back. They've got that so that then that creates run from around the back. So I can't see who it is at the back half there. He's standing just behind that umpire. That's
Pink boots.
Yep, that's the start of their defence. So if you look at that and they push two more down in that area, they can get it and run from behind now.
So, big ball to be won here on the broadcast side right in front of us. Seabeck Oval today, 1v2. The Roos currently lead at 51-16 if you've just joined us. And here's James Below on cue. Handballs forward, had nothing to get to give it to. So Swainson now sending it in the Matt Taylor direction, was beaten by Nolan, who spoiled it away. And now they're off through the middle again through Naina, and they move this down the line. McRae has Naina with him, decides to go forward himself in the Fox direction. Had a fair chunk of it, wasn't paid the mark. Rowville desperately out of defence. It's going to come back if Delaney keeps this in. He does. He gets a handball, back inbound to Below. Loads up, a long kick. It's going to fall short. Fox got hands to it. McRae at front and centre. Gets through the tackle. Gets the handball off in time. Was looking to get it to Naina. Brolick now wrapped up in the tackle. And the Roos, they're looking dangerous at the moment, BWS.
Certainly are. Only 30 metres out from goal. The pressure is on. Lockman went up against Fox that time. We've heard a very quick whistle from Nathan McDonald. He's going to restart this one. The Peaky Blinders in the background. Brolick in the front spot there. Went that way. Still alive. A lot of players around this football going to be difficult to get out. McRae laid a good tackle to bring the ball to ground. Nash Wood picks himself up and will do it all again. So Fox had the front spot, knocked it down. Went straight through the arms of Martingale. He couldn't trap it. 3 Roos pounced quickly.
So you see Donnelly's pushed out back behind the contest there. He's the go-to player if it comes out.
Fox little palm down to Martingale. It was almost deja vu that time. He'll hand it back to the umpire. 3 or 4 stoppages in a row here. Fox again made his way to the front contest. He'll hit the deck and do some low ground tackling.
Oh, how about I give you a score, BWS?
That'd be fantastic.
Out at Zerby's Reserve, it is Doncaster East 6-4-40, trailing Blackburn 8-3-51.
Man after my own heart as it comes out now is Wood. They linked up. Here's a bit of a go for them. Cole Clow linked up nicely. Handball up towards the half-forward line. The Hawks have finally got some system as they're running. Come through from Edwards over the top. A series of handballs. I'll get right to the top of the goal line. Taylor, what can he do? Maybe something miraculous. The kick goes across the face. It might stay alive, and a good stretch by Swainston to take the mark. They're still going to go on with it. He goes backwards. He wasn't comfortable going for that shot, but he's found his teammate there in Nashwood who will go back and have a shot from 40.
The old adage, kick the ball to a player in a better position there.
That's how you beat the umbrella, I guess. Just run it through hands.
Yep.
So Wood must kick this goal. We're right behind him here. He'll kick from 40 metres out. The weight of the Rowville faithful on his back, and he delivers. Good kick there from Rowville. They really needed that one. They've been screaming for it for so long. 22 minutes gone now in this second term, and they are trailing by 29 points. Somehow staying alive in this game.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like it, but the scoreboard suggests that there's still a chance. 7-9-51 East Ringwood, Rowville 3-4-22.
So they showed when they get the ball and move it quickly, they can open up. As soon as they go back and try those little short passes across defensively, East Ringwood will push back and completely close that up. They've got to take risks and run.
Can we see more of that? It's back to 29 points. As said, they've been dominated in this first half, but 29 points in the modern game's not much. Shoal makers to Brolick out of the middle. Quick kick inside 50. Matt Taylor's underneath this one. Had Tweedy from behind. He spoiled it. Goes back. The handball was cut off, and a big tackle in defence there for the Roos. A quick forward 50 entry for the Hawks. I want back-to-back goals to bring back the margin before half-time to give him a real sniff going into a big second half here at home. Tweedy this time, tapping it towards the boundary line. Across it goes.
Now you want to be able to set up. You want the boundary throw in, not the stoppage. Now they can set up properly, Rowville.
29 points the margin. We're 24 minutes into this second quarter. Tweedy wins the tap down ahead of Wine. Try and trap that across the line, Cold Cloud, but we'll get another boundary throw in.
Wine's a bit ginger at the moment. He's a bit, he's limping a little bit, so he needs to get in front.
This time he gets a little bit of a better position, wins the tap down, but it's Bilo, who's been fantastic in game number 150. His kick onto the wing, was looking for Pearson and spoiled across the line. It goes, there's actually a push going the way of the Hawks here, so still another opportunity for him to get back inside 50.
They need to get it. This is where they need to get it quickly. They just take too much time at the moment.
Young was screaming for it in the middle for seemed like an eternity. Eventually got the football and switched it into the guts as well to Swainston. So going laterally, indecisive. Swainston in his kick was smothered, and it was beautifully done there by Geimer, who's going to take off. Swainston chased hard and laid a good tackle and got some little bit of redemption there.
He needed it too, BWS.
He certainly did.
And it's because he's not clear on what he wants to do with his kicking.
And he's coughed it up again, and Bilo got the link-up handball. This is okay for Donnelly. Inside forward 50, poked it out wide. It probably was a low percentage kick in the end. And now another smother from Rowville. They're doing it hard. Here's Bilo. You know he's going to wind around and bang it on his boot inside forward 50. Kept it low. It was a beautiful pass as well. Absolute ripper to McRae, who had to take it on his chest. It was like a bullet. And he'll have a shot from 45 out, tucked up on the boundary.
Well, that was probably the definition of a centimetre perfect kick there by Bilo, hitting the target with very little arc before the boundary line.
But it was the way he won the footy.
Yeah.
The way that's what lifts you. He wins the football in crucial contests and then uses it or gets it in the advantage.
Will McRae's already kicked one goal today. Comes in now, it's a difficult angle. He's going to pop it right up to the top of the goal square, but flying high, Tommy Swainston. Third time's a charm for Tommy. He's got to hit a target here. A little bit indecisive, and he has kicked it wide, but it's going to sit up nicely. Big fly over the back there by Taylor. They've kept the ball alive here, the Hawks. Can they manufacture something along the wing position over the back? Tweedy will be the first player to meet it for the Roos. He had an eternity to do something there. Might have been a free kick given away inside 50 against Rowville, but the umpire said play on. Here's Donnelly now. A little chip over the top, and that's okay, and they'll slow things down across half-back.
So here's Sammy Walsh for the Roos. Bit unsure before he'll send it forward just down the line, right on the half-time siren. And we've seen a pretty good quarter again from East Ringwood as they extend their lead. They're now 7-9-51 to Rowville, 3-4-22. 2 goals to Jamie Gilchrist, the late in, 2 to McLean, 1 to Walsh, Marrick Smith and McRae. As for Rowville, 2 to Lockie Wine and 1 to Wood. We're going to take a break here, bring in the half-time crew for this big Eastland match of the round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Seabeck Oval for today's Eastland match of the round. The top of the ladder clash for the Premier Division between Rowville and East Ringwood in today's game. I'll just quickly go through the goal kickers at the moment as it stands right now. It's Rowville 3-4-22. So East Ringwood 7-9-51. Lockie Wine, the only multiple goal kicker for Rowville with 2 and a single to Nash Wood. And for East Ringwood, Jamie Gilchrist has 2, McLean has 2, and then single goal kickers to McRae, Walsh, and Market Smith. So my name's Blake Tennant. I'll be joined here by Jared Beelan, full crew here, Matt Spider-Lee and Josh Ward. Gentlemen, are you surprised, or is it just East Ringwood's just pure dominance at the moment in that first quarter and set them up for that second as well?
Not completely surprised. Maybe the margin, I do think it would have been maybe 3 or 4 goals, purely because of the outs Rowville have at the moment. You know, missing Josh Clark and Lockie McDonald in that midfield area in particular has really hurt them. East Ringwood have just been able to get on top through the Beelos. Waitman, Seymour, who potentially could be getting a bit of a tag from Liam Coughlin. I noticed he was spending a bit more time in midfield for Rowville in the absence of McDonald. And I know he had a tagging job last weekend on Riley Stoddart, who still had a big game in that victory. And it'll be interesting to see if they're able to get on top in that particular area. It comes down to guys like Brolick. It comes down to others as well, like Edwards as well in this game, Spider.
Yeah, look, I think what it comes down to, if you look at the first quarter, just their ability to work harder, East Ringwood. They've won contest and clearance quite easily. I think their post-clearance work has been exceptional. Their ability to be able to lock the ball into their forward half. Guys like McLean having a really good presence up forward. Took some really important marks in that first term. And reflected that on the scoreboard. And then you look at the guys like you mentioned, like guys like Seymour having real impact in the game. Bilo doing some really good things in the Waitmans. But then off in their defensive area of their ground, being able to move the ball offensively and move the ball with such a purpose. And Rowville, they just haven't been able to defend the ground well enough and keep the ball in their forward half. So there's some areas they've really got to work on going into the second half.
Yeah, and on the flip side, East Ringwood have really been able to clog up Rowville's ball movement. There's been 2 occasions upon which I was impressed with the way that Rowville moved the ball. There was the one on the outer side where they ran it through hand, and then the other where they actually affected the switch, came to the fat side and spread East Ringwood's defence. That's when they gained the most territory in the fastest time. But other than that, it's been mostly through contest and clearance that Rowville have had to fall back on to move the ball through territory.
Just what I've noticed, and I was talking to you, Jared, coming into the van where we are. How good is their 1-2, and then they're off? They're off straight away, off to the races. And it comes down to your Beelos as well. He's having a really strong say in this contest as skipper, and he's he's doing really well. So I might read off some scores for today's games before we just dissect the halftime show as well. I'll start off with the massive day down at Changwon Park today. Dano Kings 350th game, South Croydon 53, Bourne 42. The Burners are in front over Doncaster East 51-46. A 10-point lead to Berwick 38-28. And the Mighty Eagles, Vermont, 77 to South Belgrave, 16.
That's very worrying for South Belgrave with their percentage in particular. They don't want to take a hit on their percentage.
So we Charlotte Park were just doing an easy job over Bayswater, 84-2. Mooroolbark, 62-14. Josh Ward, didn't you say Norwood would win this game?
Moving on.
Montana South 35 to Baronia 28. Now the two match of the rounds in Division 1 here. Mitcham, they've clawed themselves back into the game here. They were down early 20-2. They now lead 45-40. And Montrose 53 to North Ringwood 38. So that game's still alive.
That lasts.
The game's in the balance, so a bit of work still to do for Montrose, but North Ringwood, it looks like it's going to be a bit of a defensive game, and see how it ends up at the end of the day.
Just on the Baronia one, it's 3-10-28.
Yeah,
so
they kicked 8 behinds first up.
Oh, dear.
They kicked for 8 behinds.
The wind at Tormoy. There was definitely no wind.
There was definitely none, which is surprising.
Moving to Division 2, Lilydale 33 to Heathmont 28, Waverley Blues 41 to Ringwood 28, Scoresby 42 to Croydon 42, Scoresby 28, Templestowe. This is a big one here. This is 2 upsets right here brewing at the moment. 46 East Burwood, 23 Templestowe. What's going on, Spotted?
We've seen East Burwood do this in first halves over recent weeks, but haven't been able to close the deal. So still have to go, but it's an interesting position in the game that we see that game placed at the moment.
And someone who's shaking his head at the moment.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
There is Mulgrave 62, Surrey Park 30.
Hey, I had a feeling this was. I had a feeling this was coming. I know you think these are excuses, and I can't wait to see what excuses you come up with when Montrose butcher their lead against North Ringwood.
I tipped North Ringwood.
But they had their out, Surrey Park and Mulgrave. This was a perfect opportunity for them.
We talked about it on Panther Radio.
That's good for you, Spider. Knox 89, Whitehorse 20. Basin 2-point lead over Coldstream, 40-38. Ferntree Gully have called themselves at the moment back in the ball game here, 44-38. So Steve A won't be kicking.
5-14 Ferntree Gully have kicked.
There you go. And Domvale 30 up at Ferntree Gully 16 in the top of the ladder clash.
Always going to be low scoring there, wasn't it?
Well, I think the last time they met,
not going to be a shootout.
Well, Domvale have surpassed their score from the last time they met Upper Gully.
I think it was like 28-50.
22, yeah.
Yeah, remarkable. Ball and Templestowe doing what they've been doing, 91-13. Warrandyte 41 to Croydon North 20. Still no scores out of the Forest Hill Kilsyth game. I think that game might be blown up either way, I would imagine. And Chermside Park and Doncaster. Now, I think you guys did say this on the podcast yesterday that this will be a close game, and it is. Chermside Park 59-52, and Davis Harrigan said that they're one player short. So you won't talk about what happened, but they are going to be one player short, Chermside Park. So anyway, that's enough for the scores. Fellas?
Oh, well, Eastring will go on and do the business.
Yeah,
Rowville, with this young side, what they've got to do is just be better at contest and clearance in this second half and try and move the ball with a little bit more purpose. And they've turned the ball over a little bit as well and been punished accordingly. So if they can do those things a little bit better, then they can make inroads in the game. Otherwise, East Ringwood should go on for a comfortable win.
We do actually have an update from Kilsyth and Forest Hill. It was the Cougars 3-9-27 leading, Forest Hill 1 behind at quarter time.
Oh, geez, I'll be saying something Forest Hill.
Yeah.
And Jared Beanland and Josh Ward, who do you think wins this ball game?
East Ringwood.
Yeah, East Ringwood for mine.
Still, you can't see Rowville coming from the clouds and winning this game?
I reckon they can reduce the margin. They'll want a better effort this particularly this third quarter if they are to get over the line.
Yeah, all about work rate. That's all it is for Rowville. If they work harder, then they can make some inroads into the game.
Alrighty, well, that's the halftime show. Straight after this, we'll introduce our call team for the second half. The Rezzies race was just on before. I didn't know who won the Rezzies race there, but they did have one, so it's full in force. The music's pumping. It's just a great vibe all around down here at Rowville today. So, and if you just joined us, it's Rowville 3-4-22 to East Ringwood 7-9-51. So we're going to take a quick break, and then after this, we're going to call in the call team for the second half. Straight after this.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Seabeck Oval. It is the Eastland match of the round. Second half coming up here with the Roos currently leading 7-9-51. To Rowville 3-4-22. Big second half to come, and we are just waiting on East Ringwood now coming out onto the ground from the far side of Seabeck Oval. Davo and Brash, I'll throw it to you first. Really, really strong start from East Ringwood. It feels like they probably could be a couple of goals further in front. So to be 29 points in, the Hawks, they're still in this game. If they get the first couple in this third term, maybe even it out, they might just be able to give themselves some momentum going into the final quarter.
Yeah, look, I think they've just they've taken their opportunities better. When they've had an opportunity to get clear and run, they've done it better. What I have liked about East Ringwood today has been their closed down defence in their forward line. That's been really exceptional. They've also set up their defensive back half really well. Rowville, what do we talk about there?
Look, I think what we're finding out about Rowville today is more about their bottom six.
Yep.
When they're not at full strength, like all sides, Davo, they do have an Achilles heel, and when you don't have your best players on the park, and you're relying on new blood and blokes that lack experience at this level. When you compare it against the side that East Ringwood, they've got a lot of veterans in the side, but they know. But you can tell because they know how to play together as a team.
Yeah.
And I think this is where Rowville are missing out.
Yeah, I think Rowville's biggest issue at the moment, and I think we've said it right the way through, has been their disposal under pressure has really hurt them. Their small kicks, handballs that have missed, and East Ringwood have pounced on them. But when Rowville have decided to run, carry, and handball through that defensive area, they've looked pretty good.
I agree with you, but I think it's on the back of East Ringwood's mistakes more than their own creativity.
Oh, and I would agree. They've done that, but they've just not done that enough with Rowville. So I think what I want to see this quarter, remember, they're 29 points down at half-time. They're not 50 points down. It's not as if it's unreachable. But the first 10 minutes of the first quarter was all East Ringwood, and they piled pressure on. If they start again like that, it's game over. So it's really important for the first 10 minutes of this quarter to be Rowville, to be in the game. They have to be in the game. Do they have to score straight away? Not necessarily. But they've got to be in the game. They've got to hold it back to their own strengths. And then if they can gradually change momentum, then that'll get them back into it.
Well, it seems like they're going to kick with the breeze as well, East Ringwood, here in this third term, because going out at half-time, we did notice that there was definitely an advantage going to the right of screen. So East Ringwood coming out of the half-time with the 29-point advantage, but also an advantage to really put this game behind. But we're going to start now this second half. Umpire Nathan McDonald holds the ball aloft. The siren sounds. Can the home side get back into this big clash? The big fly there from Showenmakers palmed it down and came out to Edwards. Little handball out wide. It was cut off by Waitman. He did really well. Darted inside, outside. Swung around on the right boot. Kicks the ball inside forward 50. Might have been over the head there by Eichhoff. A kick goes up towards the top of the goal. Well, fucks off the ground. He's just a class act, isn't he? He just palmed it up to himself and then went bang straight through the middle. And it only took them 23 seconds to get that first goal.
And it was all from a missed handball in the middle. That was the key then. They had the ball. They had the opportunity to hit a target with the handball. Poor handball, turnover, some quick kicks in and an opportunist goal then.
Actually, that was when you look at that, that was a pretty skilled goal there by Foxer. That's got to be a contender for goal of the day, I reckon.
Good call, Brash. Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Clubhouse leader there to the big forward, Josh Fox, who's kicked 43 goals now for season 2026.
Took less than a minute this third term. Out of the middle, Shoalmakers with the handball to McDonald. And now off to Schruck. He's kick turned over. Donnelly throws it on the boot in the McRae direction. It bounces across the line. So boundary throw in right on the forward 50 arc for East Ringwood. 35 points in front now.
To be honest, I know we've tried to talk up Rowville being able to get back into this game. I just cannot see it happening.
You wanted a spark coming out of the third quarter. And it just happened be the other side to do so. Tapped down by McLean. Belo chasing this one. Won the footy. Was wrapped up by Brolick.
You'd almost think do you reckon you take a punt and put Lockie Wind up the ground a bit? Seeing the ball's not getting down there and see if they can at least kick the ball and him run around centre forward.
Yeah, possibly. I think it was noted he looked a little sore in that second quarter, but we'll see. Waitman, the handball off to Belay. They've moved this off quickly. Going forward is Pearson getting past traffic on the boundary line for a Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. Out of bounds on the full. No score. 8-9-57 to 3-4-22.
That's too easy though, don't you think, Davo?
Yeah, too easy.
I think his partner in crime needs to get into the game as well. Mav Taylor, I haven't really sided him today.
No, he's only had about 4 touches, Blake, you're right.
Yeah, I think he needs to get into the game. Same with Seth McDonald.
So Schruck of the Mitch variety goes out towards the half back line looking for McDonald. Used his body well, but he's brought down in a strong Keedle tackle. That has to be rewarded, and it is. Fantastic tackle there by Mitch Keedle. About 60 metres out from goal. Jackson McDonald. That should be 20. That should be 25.
Yeah. He did throw it to him, but he was running further back.
You got nothing to complain of there, Jackson. He just wore you like a cheap suit there, my friend.
From Peter Jackson as it goes inside forward 50.
That's where
line out of bounds.
That's where I buy my suits. Don't tell me if it's a cheap suit.
No, not cheap at all there.
$3.99. Left forward pocket here. Well, it's hearts in mouth stuff here for the Rowville side. If they concede another one, it's going to be very, very difficult to even get back within a sniff. His little handball came out, Martingale, and it didn't get to the right place because it was a throw in the end and a free kick going the way of Connor Waitman, who will have a shot on goal from 30 metres out, almost directly in front.
I mean, I defy any side that are playing East Ringwood on a day like today, because I think their relentless pressure on the ball carrier has been that intense that the opposition, doesn't matter whether it's been Rowville or any other side, would not have coped with this today.
The physical movement seems so much more frantic than Rowville at the moment. Rowville look like they've played a full game already.
Connor Waitman goes goalward. What a season he's having, and he puts it straight over the goal umpire's head. Catch us if you can, say the East Ringwood Roos.
Yeah, no, it's at a situation now where let's have a look at body language. Body language is really important. You look at the Rowville defence; they're having a chat. Same with the mids. They've got to win some contests now. They cannot afford to lose these crucial contests because the ball's getting down into that forward line way too easy for East Ringwood.
Yeah, Connor Waitman, BWS, he's averaging 21 disposals a game in season 2026, along with Beerley on 22.
Yeah.
So it's a game-high 41-point lead for East Ringwood, and they look to make it further as the quick inside 50. Ball comes back out to James Below. Gets past an opponent just. Handball off to Pearson. Pearson, the left foot, snap towards goal. Bang into the woodwork. Hits the post. And 9-10-64 to 3-4-22 as the Hawks play this on. As they look to get out of defence that time through McDonald. Hit up a target here at the half-back line and a little bit slow to move the ball as they find Schruck. Tucked in on the boundary line. His kick a little bit inbound, finds a target again. It's Coughlin this time. Now inside 50. There's Mav Taylor, who's been given a free kick here. The ball will come back to Taylor. Cop one high, and there's a player that Blake just mentioned before that needs to get involved if the Hawks to make any sort of comeback in this game.
I think structurally, Rowville are hamstrung and really... their moves to try and make something happen, I think, are very limited with the playing group they've got on the park this afternoon.
Bit of a younger side out here today. Some key outs. There's Mav Taylor. Will take the set shot. About 40 metres out. Bit of an angle here. Taylor comes in and has missed. So a minor score. 3-5-23 Rowville. 9-10-64 East Ringwood.
Well, McGowan wastes no time and then banged it on his boot to win every bit of 60 metres. It went down the throat of Young, who coughed it up, paddled up towards the half-forward line, in and under, trying to get the handball out. Eventually, they worked themselves forward, had an eternity. That time there was Schruck, looping handball over the top, but it gave plenty of time for Roo defenders to get back. And we'll have a ball up inside the arc, though, by Damien Sully. Game 300 today. Restarts this one. Nice little knockout that time by McLean. It inches closer, though, for the Hawks. Little handball out, Schruck around the body, right to the top of the goal square. Will it bounce? It went wrong and it went through for a behind, or did it hit the behind post? Yes, it did. So we'll have a boundary throw in left forward pocket.
So they've got to work hard to keep the ball in here to give them an opportunity to score. Rowville.
So can Lockie Wine just take it out of the ruck and put it to his boot and kick a sausage roll? He cannot, and a snap around the body that time by Schruck. Has that gone through for a goal? It has. Fantastic goal. Edwards it was, I should say. Brilliant bit of forward roving there by Edwards, and a spark they needed. It's just a little tiny spark. Can they ignite it into a flame? Only time will tell. 29-64.
Yeah, that's also a contender for goal of the day as well, because he hit that pack at full speed and snapped that ball around his body. That's another contender for mine.
Yeah, and so, again, they've won the contest there to kick that goal. We come back into the middle now. This is the crucial contest. They cannot allow East Ringwood to get an easy ball out of this first ball up.
So back in the middle it goes. 35-point margin to the Roos. They need some consecutive goals here to the Hawks. The tap down one by Shoalmakers. Out of the middle here for the Hawks towards the wing. It's a one-on-one. Who's going to get there first? Doing well was Swainson. Got his handball off in time to Wood. Getting through traffic. Puts this forward. Can they get a mark out of this? Umpire's paid something. Free kick going the way of the Hawks. So a chance now for Colclough to send this one into attack. Looking for a teammate out the back. It was spoiled. All numbers here for the Hawks. Their handball was cut off. Looking for Wind. Involved again there was Will Verrill. Nolan got his hands off. And they move this forward to the Roos. Back to centre wing. Schruck picks it off for the Hawks. Bit of a grubber kick forward. Edwards handball. Going nowhere. Coughlin got rid of it in time. Back to Shoalmakers. Schruck again. Has nothing ahead of him. And just puts a kick forward. A lot of Roos numbers back there. And a great intercept mark by Stu Donnelly.
Looks like Remy McLean's a bit sore at the moment, just hobbling around where we are right now. The trainer's coming after him right now.
Great mark by Donnelly. Switched it across to Sammy Walsh. Another player who's having a great season this year for East Ringwood. Up towards the wing position now. Stacks on the mill and we'll have a ball up.
So in that situation down in that Rowville forward line, they had 7 possessions and not one of them was a clear, easy possession. All from the defensive strength and pressure of East Ringwood.
Shoalmakers went up unattended that time, got it away to Brolick, who snapped it around the body, gained some valuable meterage inside forward 50 or thereabouts. Strong tackle by McDonald over the top, and it will be rewarded as well. So here's a go for the Hawks, looking for consecutive goals. So far side of Seabeck, 50 metres out, right in front of the Peggy Blinders. What can he do? He sets it up towards the top of the goal square. Big fly that time. Couldn't quite take the mark on for the ball. The Roos do have the numbers though. Banging outside that defensive zone. Shoalmakers will be the first player to meet it. The 2 big rucks go after it. McLean won out that time. Got it away to Fox, whose handball didn't hit the target. Nolan turned his back at the crucial stage. Here's now a go for Brolick and Rowville through the middle of the ground. Colclough takes it. He's got Schruck further afield in the guts if he wants to use him. Very slow. Very, very slow. So Brock eventually just pokes it up towards the half-forward line. It was a low percentage kick because of the fall of the ball. The Roos have the numbers, and now they can use the middle of the ground if they want to, as Pearson takes it across centre-half back, and he'll just slow things down and weigh up the options.
So Blake Pearson puts the ball on the far side. Sport from behind. McDonald wrapped up in the tackle that time by Billy Gleeson.
And look, I hate criticising individual players, but Colclough's one of his biggest problems, his disposal is just not up to the standard today. He's just missed far too many targets and he takes too long to get rid of it.
So free kick here the way of the Hawks. Brolick moves this along down the line. Spelled across.
Yeah, he does. He lacks spatial awareness, Davo, unfortunately.
I mean, he's only young, so...
He's got plenty of time.
Yeah, exactly. And he gets it well. That's the thing, is that he really does get the ball well.
So we're about 70 out from the Rowville goals. 11.5 minutes into this third quarter. 64 plays 29. The visitors looking to lock up the minor premiership. Fox got the tap down, but it was numbers here for the Hawks. Verrill, his handball up in the air. We'll get another ball up. Roos have certainly showed why they are the premiership favourites going into September this year. Shoalmakers out of the ruck. Will win it again. Wrapped up by Fox. The umpire will ball it up once more. Same position for the last minute of this game. Neither side able to clear it out just yet. Now it might be a chance of the Roos. They get a handball looking to find Donnelly. Couldn't quite do so. And we'll do it all again.
So the margin is still 35 points, 12.5 gone in this third term. They call it the premiership quarter, and certainly East Ringwood are making a play for it today. There's no doubt about that. Likely to be minor premier after the final siren. Big fly over the back. It's going to scoot out now towards Gilchrist off the ground. 3 times a charm for Gilchrist today. Welcome into the side, young man.
And again, that came from a clearance with 2 handballs up, long kick in, and taking the opportunity then was Gilchrist.
Jamie Gilchrist has his third goal, 10-10, 70 to 4-5, 29.
So that ball had been over in that area, nothing had happened, and it just took that one bit of clean hands work, and bang, another goal. And that's what hurt. That's what's hurting Rowville. I said moments. There's another one. Another moment that's really hurt them.
So back in the middle we go again, back to 41 points. Rowville can't really make up any ground every time they get a bit of a response. It's Roos to respond again here through Waitman. Out of the middle, looking for Fox. Out the back, he's Gilchrist. Can get 2 in a minute, make it goal number 4. High kick. Doesn't sneak through, just a minor score. 10-11, 71 East Ringwood. 4-5, 29 Rowville. Talk about a guy coming into the side and making a bit of a little statement.
This is what youth does, doesn't it? You know, he comes in, take your opportunity, and he's certainly done it. Now how do you move his magnet out?
Yeah, well, particularly if he can kick another 1 or 2 before full time, that would make it hard to see him come out of the side as Rowville's kick in towards the middle of the ground. Brolick in amongst this one. We'll get a ball up. 14 minutes gone in this third term.
And there's a record number of pink boots that I've ever seen on a footy field out there today. I reckon there's at least 12 players who are wearing the pink boots. In mine and Davo's day, we would have been shot wearing
Would have been shot. And the problem...
You must score goals with pink boots.
Well, not only that, when the umpires give votes, they can't. They've gone, well, there's 9 blokes with pink boots. We can only give one of them.
Fresh air shot from both ruckmen that time. Shellmakers will go in and after it again, and he's going nowhere. So
I had bright green ones in my last year.
Tennis ball green, was it?
No, like a different type of green.
Could understand why it was your last year.
It was probably British racing green.
I've just got the plain black ones. I think that's what you need.
Yeah, that suits you.
Unassuming.
Brolick had a fresh air shot coming through Waitman. It went through the other Waitman's legs. Out now. Scrambly kick out towards the half-back line for the Hawks. Falling over at the crucial stage there was Icott, but he got the handball away in the nick of time. But just as it's happened all day, East Ringwood have the numbers, and the kick goes up towards Waitman, and Connor takes it on the second bite. Kept it alive. He was a little bit lucky there. The boundary umpire was right there to the top of the goal square. Fox was there over the back. Somehow, something out of nothing. Oh, he's a class act, isn't he, Josh Fox? He couldn't take the mark, but his awareness over the back and just the goal now to get boot to ball, sensational.
Yeah, this is clever, isn't it? This is clever. Look at this.
There's another contender for goal of the day. I reckon he's got it wrapped up. It's either one or the other here. And the thing is, as I said earlier, Josh Fox, he's only averaging 10 possessions, but he's averaging 3 goals won for every one of those 10 possessions over the season. How dangerous is a player that only gets 10 touches a week?
Well, think about it. How many's Gilchrist had? He would have only had 8 to 10 already. He's kicked 3.
Yep.
So they've got 6 goals from not many.
It's almost like Ben King. If you're from Gold Coast, he gets about 10 touches and kicks 4 every week. So there you go.
The 8-goal lead here for the Roos. Nano trying to clear it forward. The Hawks on the ropes here. It's pretty much game over as the ball comes back out. Young involved again. Waitman at ground level. The quick hands, and now they're back in the Fox direction. Out the back as well, almost trying to claim the mark.
No, the
front
bloke in
position.
front. Yeah, that was
Eichhoff.
Yeah, man in front has to get that marked.
So Jesse Eichhoff here for the Hawks in the back pocket. Looks to find Young. He does. Eichhoff running past again. Will now send this forward towards us on the broadcast side of the ground. The mark is taken by Swainston. Uses the corridor. It's a dangerous kick. It's a good one. They've got to take some risks as Edwards doesn't have much forward, so goes very wide. Back now to Schruck.
Ugh.
He's kicked. It was a grubber, and it's turned over once again. And held up here by the Roos.
The thing is, Rowville can't afford to go into their shells, because if they do, they're going to get fair and square blown off the park here.
Yeah, they've got to try stuff, but that was just, incorrect choice to go backwards.
Yep.
Didn't open up anything then.
It certainly didn't help as the ball's won by Keedle. Here's Gleeson trying to trap this one across the line.
And that's probably because, Davo, they didn't have any player in their forward 30.
No, I tell you what's good is Eastland's ability to handball that metre and a half out is so good, isn't it?
So almost 18 minutes gone in the third term. We'll see some scores around the grounds in just a moment as ball trapped out. Now a chance to Shrug. He gets the handball off to Brolick. Going backwards to Edwards. Back to Brolick. Brolick's kick inside 50 is going nowhere. Turned over and marked by Zach McGowan, who looks to quickly play it on across the goal face. Finds Walsh as he takes the mark in the back pocket.
Just making it look very easy today. Their pressure is absolutely superb. The Roos, Tweedy stretched for it and took a good mark. Always in the long sleeves. It's like Dano King, 350 games today. Sensational player in the long sleeves. It scoots out now. Verrill into the middle of the ground was okay. Now Taylor, a chance to go goalward. Instead, he went to the pocket and he went to the big man, Lockie Wind, who takes it on the chest. He's only about 15 metres out. He'll go back and try and put through his third.
Well, they got the turnover there, Rowville, and look, they could make East Ringwood pay, but that's probably been the story of their afternoon. They have created play, but they've turned the ball over. But when they've got the ball with numbers in their favour, they've been able to hit the target and kick a goal.
Yep.
So Lachlan Wind comes in now. Shoots towards goal and he's pushed it across the left-hand side. Disappointing effort there. That sums up their day, doesn't it, Rowville?
Yeah.
Bendigo Bank scoreboard 11-11-77. Lord Nelson to Rowville 4-6-30. Game, set and match. Let's go around the grounds at the score centre. Here is Josh Ward.
Let's do some of the key Premier games. South Croydon leads 66-55 over Baldwin, and Doncaster East 9-5-59. Charles Blackburn 11-7-73. And in Division 1, out at Montrose, it is the D still holding sway 9-12-66 to North Ringwood 7-2-44.
Big game for the context of that tight top four in the division. Big fly out the back, couldn't bring it down that time. Could McDonald.
And Boronia have hit the front against Wanturna South as well, 6-10-46 to the Devils, 6-5-41.
An update out at Walker Park. Eagles still leading that
by a point, 8-5-53 to Mitcham, 7-10-52. Moorbuck are out by 85 points over Norwood, and Park Orchards are out by 107 points.
Okay, did you tip Norwood, Josh?
Moving on.
Definitely did. As the Roos bring it back into play towards us broadcast side. Fox was in front position, got a hand to it. Verrill at the back. Quick handball off to Edwards. Edwards moves this on to McDonald. He finds a target. Handballs it straight away to Coughlin. Wasn't maybe the best option, but sends it in the wide direction. Got two to beat. Sport from behind by Tweedy. Guymer got the handball off. Now Nolan to Waitman, and back off they go to Seymour. Through the middle, gets past one, gets his handball forward. They've got numbers everywhere. McRae gets past the tackle. Inside 50, they've got two players out, and Markich Smith takes the mark. Had Walsh. Just had players out everywhere.
Well, you were right, Ryan. The handball to Coughlin was not the right option. Because he had nothing for it. He had nothing. He probably wasn't even calling for it.
But when they put it in the forward line, they were 2-on-5 and then were able to run it out so easily.
Didn't seem like there was any tackles at all attempted through that whole passage.
Yeah, it looked a bit witches hattish.
Yeah.
Markich Smith kicked the first goal of the game down this end of the ground. This time he misses to the right, so minor score 11-12-78 East Ringwood, 4-6-30 Rowville.
Jesse Eichhoff to bring the ball back in for the Hawks. 22 gone in this third term. 8-goal lead to the top of the table. Roos at the moment. Delaney looping handball out wide. Kick was smothered in the forward pocket by Keedle. Stay alive, it will not, over the boundary line and out of bounds.
I tell you what, if you took a snapshot of that play then, that was the perfect way to set up. Defensive knock to a player in the front, handball defensively, and then kick it down forward. It was just perfect the way they set up East Ringwood then.
High throws it in now. Fox, an easy palm down. Below was in there on hands and knees. Verrill got a good handball out. He was looking for Young, but the paint beats all players. Boundary throw in. 98.1 Radio Eastern this afternoon, and of course streaming live anywhere in the world on our YouTube and Facebook channels. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast, and send us a comment if you like, or a shout out as the knock over the back there from Wetherell hits the deck, and we'll have a ball up.
Oh, we got one from Ray Baird. Go Rowville.
I think he's turned it off by
He said that last week.
Kick goes inside forward 50. Bouncing footy now. It's in the middle of the park. Good pressure there that time by Pearson. Inside forward 50. They need a favourable bounce. It's going to work out okay for Martingale, who got it away to Verrill. Poked it out at the defensive zone. Intended target McDonald, but they just keep charging and putting the pressure on. It is relentless at the moment from East Ringwood, and over the boundary line she goes.
So even though they're in front and they're winning it easy, it's those little moments there which just keep you going, because outnumbered, pressure, out of bounds.
So it's an 8-goal lead to the Roos. Out of the ruck, Wetherell. His handball just into a bit of space. Swainson caught one high and wins himself a free kick here at the half-back line.
You know what, he's turned the footy over, but I tell you what, he's worked hard.
Oh, he has. He's certainly done some good things. His ball use at times has turned it over, as this kick might do the same unless Verrill can take the mark just inside the boundary line. Goes to McDonald. Again, they're just playing around with. That's a short kick. That's barely the distance of 15. It's not. And that was a questionable choice.
I give Jackson McDonald his due, though. He's tried really hard for Rowville. He's probably been in their best three, I think.
I'd say he's probably their best.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Having a think about it, as Fox, high kick there, McRae, tap forward again by Fox. Waitman was out the back, so was Verrill. He clears it out, looking for Swainston. Taylor caught with the one hand, got his kick away in time though. McDonald chasing that one. Guymer involved again. Rowville gaining a bit of territory as Wetherell's wrapped up in the tackle back in the middle of the ground.
The one thing that I've noticed about East Ringwood, they got 4 and 5 guys going to nearly every single contest. It's actually relentless.
Definitely.
The two Waitmans, sometimes I can't tell them apart, but they're both involved. And one of them, again, I think that was Josh, got the handball. Now it comes out to Wood, though, for Rowville. Rowville through Wood, inside 50. Looked like they had the numbers in that contest. The ball slips out in favour of the Roos. Here's Taylor, out of defence, finds Keedle. Another half-back line here for East Ringwood. 25 and a half minutes gone, third term. You don't think there'd be too much longer before the three-quarter time siren here, as Keedle just sends a kick down the line. Fox is underneath this one, out the back. The mark almost taken by Verrill. Fox's handball across the line. Any update out at Kings Park, Josh, as well?
17 points, Donvale lead by 6-4-40 to the Kings, 3-5-23. Division 2, Mulgrave still lead by 28 points over Surrey Park. East Burwood by 21 points over Templestowe at the moment. And it's locked up at HE Park at 35 apiece. Lilydale have kicked 4-11 though.
Great stuff, Josh. I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot more of your voice in the final term out here, as this game is a fait accompli over the boundary line and out of bounds. You can keep them rolling if you like to.
Chernside Park lead by 2 goals over Doncaster, 10-5-65 to the Sharks, 8-5-53. Ferntree Gully are now out by 39 points over Oakley District, and the Basin, 10-7-67. A little buffer over Coldstream, 8-3-51. And Knox also lead 116-32 over Whitehorse.
Bully Dooley. Donnelly on the left boot, inside forward 50, bouncing away. The umpire's blown a whistle here. Which way is it going to go? It's going to go the way of the Hawks and Callum Verrill.
He's tried hard.
Definitely.
Yeah, Verrill's tried really hard. The ball's been down there a lot. So it's coming down quick, and he's defended pretty well, I reckon.
He'll be absolutely knackered at the end of the game. There's no doubt about that, as he kicked it out towards Eycoff. It was a risky one, stolen by Guymer. Link up handball, strolling into goal, Seymour!
And he's missed.
And he can't put it through. He cannot put it through. We can't get Dave Parker a good highlight today. He's got the rough end of the stick at each end, as it comes out now to Young, who plays on from the back pocket.
Yes, he sends a long kick down the line. Great hands there by Nolan.
Tell you what, he hasn't done too much wrong, Nolan.
I'm going to say he's won every contest today, and he goes wide to Delaney back in the side. He'll be happy to be back out there for the Roos.
They do this so well, don't they? They just get it, they calm it, and then they They know where to go.
They make the right choices as they go inside 50 once again, picked off by that man Verrill, who looks to switch it now. In defence, McDonald, the back pocket here for the Hawks. Approaching three-quarter time. This game well and truly over, and there is your siren. So at three-quarter time, it is a 49-point lead to Rowville. And the score at the moment, it is 11-13, 79 to 4-6-30. 3 goals to Jamie Gilchrist, the late inclusion. Josh Fox also with 2. Remy McLean with 2. The only multiple goal scorer for the Hawks, Lockie Wine with 2. We'll take a break here before we come back for the last quarter of action out at Seabeck Oval.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Seabeck Oval. 1 quarter to play here in the match of the round, and the Roos 49-point leaders over Rowville. 11-13, 79 to 4-6-30. I haven't got the ladder in front of me, but I believe their win today almost officially locks them in for the minor premiership. I think even mathematically that's all done with their percentage as well. So the Roos have certainly made a statement again today and consolidate their position as the premiership favourites going into a big final series. Josh Ward, around the grounds, what else is happening today, and particularly those important games? What's going on at Zerby's Reserve?
Well, Blackburn lead by 20 points, 12-7-79 to Doncaster East, 9-5-59. Bourne now have hit the front against South Croydon, 11-8-74 to the Bulldogs, 10-7-67. Berwick only hold an 8-point lead over Noble Park, 47-39 out at Edwin Flack, and Vermont still lead by 39 points over South Belgrave, 12-16-88.
Just before you move on that, the percentage is going to be important too. If Vermont thump South Belgrave, Not much between South Belgrave and Noble Park. So
Probably 2 to 3%. We'll obviously wait and see when after the ladder is released at the end. Division 1, Montrose still lead by 8 points over North Ringwood, 66 to 58. Mitcham now lead against Beaconsfield, 64 to 61. Moorbark and Park Orchard's big leads. The Sharks by 118 and Moorbark now lead by 96. And Baronia are out by 17 points over Wanturna South, 8-11-59 to the Devils, 6-6-42. And we'll touch on Division 2 shortly.
When ready, boys?
Yeah, let's go down to the boundary. Blake Tenners, Paul Griffiths with us.
Yeah, Paul Griffiths, you're talking about the celebrations, which is a key part of this this group here, but you said it as well. This has been the best three-quarters performance. Talk us through that.
Yeah, well, we're still a few players from our best team, but we have got a few back over the last couple of weeks, and today's the first day I've really seen them gel, and I think that's probably the best three-quarter performance in terms of complete performance that we've played all year.
And you were talking about it as well, and I'm really thrilled to know what you wrote up, Charge the Storm. Do you want to just talk us through what that is? Because I sort of get it, but you want to just tell the viewers as well.
Oh, it's just a little in-house thing we've got in terms of our brand and understanding that when a storm comes, we want to run straight at it, not away from it. So that's all it is.
No worries. Enjoy the last quarter.
Thank you.
I like it. What was that? Storm the house?
Charge the Storm.
Charge the Storm. Sorry, I was half
And
listening.
they say that it's like when Buffalo actually run towards a storm, because it means that you get through the storm fastest because you'll hit the storm first, as opposed to if you run away from it, you'll be in the storm longer. So they actually charge towards a storm.
Are you learning a whole lot of things going down to Tasmania
what is happening in Tasmania? That's amazing.
I think I might have learned that off Yellowstone.
He's become a country bumpkin.
Okay, we've got Charge the Storm down at East Ringwood. What's the message out of Rowville, Jared?
Well, there was an area of acceptance among the playing group and Ben Wise as well. You know, they know the margin. They want to remain positive. They want to hit the contest as hard as they possibly can. Wisey said it's a chance to build some character. It's a chance to show some character, and I do appreciate that message for sure. A couple of changes. Tom Swainston, he's going up down back. Toomey is going to be forward. He wants Will Verrill to charge up off the half-back line and add another number to the contests. And yeah, that was pretty much about it. I'd say that they've accepted their fate at this point.
Gee, it's not often Blake walks away from a huddle being excited and inspired either.
Well, I just saw Charge the Storm on the whiteboard, and I was just really thrilled. So I know it's an in-house sort of thing, but that
anymore.
really inspired me.
Well done, Blake.
It's probably equally as thrilling when Montrose win a game of football.
Well, here's the start of the final term. Can the Hawks win the final quarter? That's what they'll be working to do. Belay got it, handball away. Nain a little flick over the top. They're charging through, and now McLean trapped it. He got dispossessed of the football. It's a hot footy. No one's going in soft at this stage of the game. Even though it might be over, Josh Waitman will hand it back to umpire Damien Sully, who will throw the ball up right now. Schoenmaker's got underneath it. Little up and under kick up towards the half-forward line. Big fly over the back. Almost pulled him from Marking Smith. He couldn't do so. Umpire McDonald's going to pay holding the footy here, though. So he sat on it. And almost could have given away a 25-metre penalty there.
Yeah, he was hatching that.
So we haven't seen many holding the ball decisions paid today.
I think they've umpired really well today.
I think the umpiring has been super. So it goes up inside forward 50 and a strong mark taken by Seth McDonald about 30 metres out from goal. I hear Dave Parker, who we talked about in his 600th game as goal umpire, he got to choose all the umpires to be on the field with him today.
Good.
So he's selected the A team, is what he told me before the game.
Oh, I tell you what, there'd be a few blokes to be looking around saying, what have I done wrong?
I was going to say, so when I saw Graham Meredith this morning, he wasn't in the A-team.
Seth McDonald, well, they haven't started any quarter quite like this, if he can put it through, and it's sloppy, and he throws his head back in disbelief. Like most of the Rowville faithful, a minor score is the result, 79-31.
Yeah, just summed up their day as James Below floats forward to take the mark. He'll kick towards us broadcast side because he sees Markich Smith by himself, who takes the mark, plays on and extends the angle, sends it long towards the Fox direction, beats a few players, and then a short kick forward to Pearson. end to end, and Blake Pearson will have the set shot in front of goal, about 45 out.
You know, for East Ringwood, it would be easy for them just to switch off here a little bit and just go through the motions. But this is when you really still need to knuckle down because, right, and still keep playing the game on its merits.
Pearson hasn't hit the scoreboard yet in terms of a major long kick towards goal.
But he has
it
now.
line. And it's through for his first, and East Ringwood extend that margin out to 12-13, 85, 4-7, 31, 54 points.
Well, that's where it hurts, doesn't it? I mean, 30 seconds ago, we've had a shot from 25 out, nearly directly in front. We've missed it. He's had a shot from 38 out, kicking into a bit of a breeze and nailed it. So it summed up the entire game, to be honest. They've just been too good, too clinical with the football, and Rowville have just let themselves down with their disposal.
So we've gone 3 minutes in the final term. East Ringwood, as they've done in each quarter, have drawn a first blood. Show 'em makers, the big fly that time, over the top there of McLean. Trying to win the stoppage here. Edwards couldn't quite break the tackle, had support from Wood at ground level, and he'll hand the ball back to umpire Sully. Waiting for a bit of a spread, so Show 'em makers basically unattended that time, got the palm down, hitting the deck was Donnelly. Do it again. Throws it up now. Again, Show 'em makers, who's done a really good job today in the ruck, I think, Show 'em makers.
Yep.
Handball over the top. They're working their way up towards the half-forward line. Verrills, handball out wide. They link up eventually to Chambers, who fell over at the crucial stage. He had to get the handball away. He did so to Edwards, who spun around twice. Tricky dicky stuff. Tried to keep it alive was Chambers. The boundary line beats all players, and we have a boundary throw.
That scores around the ground.
8 points separating Doncaster East and Blackburn now. 12-5, 77 to the Burners. 13-7, 85 at Zerby's Reserve.
Past Players Day out there today, so let's see if the ex-players can get the boys up.
Getting fired up going to this last quarter as the Hawks move it forward themselves towards the pocket. Here's Brolick chasing that one. The bounce certainly did not favour him. And it bounced right into the lap of Nolan, who clears it out for the Roos. Looking for Waitman. Schruck did well. Got it, the handball off from McDonald. It's a 2-on-1 in favour of the Hawks. Couldn't quite bring down the mark, could McDonald. His handball forward goes nowhere. And they've missed an opportunity on a goal here. Big tackle that time on Taylor. Nothing called either way. Is a kick forward here from the Roos. Out the back is Verrill. Falls into his lap that time. Handballs it, looking for McDonald. It's a long handball. Almost got to him. Keedle. Back to the milestone man, the skipper in Below. Uses a teammate there, McLean. Donnelly, wrapped up by Edwards. Yes, Josh, some scores around the grounds.
3 points separating Coldstream and the Basin. The Bears leading 67 to the Cougars 64.
Bit of a surprise out there at Coldstream Reserve. The update out of Kings Park.
11 points in favour of Donvale, 46 to 35.
Minor premiership possibly on the line today. Tweedy chasing this one. And over it goes. He's
imagine,
set over.
Imagine how delightful it'd be out at Coldstream as well today.
Yeah.
It'll almost hit 0 degrees.
I bet you it did this morning.
Just a quick Division 2 scorer. Heathmont and Lilydale, only a point separates the Jets and the Falcons. Heathmont leading 37 to 36.
Gee, that's a low-scoring affair, isn't it?
Some big results in Div 2 this week. Yeah. As Below tries to break the tackle, going nowhere that time.
Still 4 goals out at Surrey Park in favour of Mulgrave, and Templestowe trail East Burwood by 16 points as well.
I'm really intrigued on why Blake Tennant is turning around and having a good old chuckle at you, mate. Is that something to do with tipping between you boys?
It's a private joke, I reckon, BWS.
Yeah. He's in hysterics, Blake Tennant, in front of us out here.
He's just having a good day because Montrose are leading.
Pearson goes up towards the half-forward line, spinning around after taking the mark was Naina. They're just cleaning their disposal. Could have been almost 25 to Seymour. The umpire was generous.
I'm not speaking out of school, but this guy's coming. He's in my votes here.
Oh, I love him.
Felix Seymour goes right to the top of the goal square, right towards the back. Waitman's front and centre. Can he get boot to ball? Fox is in there as well. He's always dangerous. And we'll have a ball up only 1 metre out from the East Ringwood goal line, and you'd almost expect a little palm to boot type situation here. For whoever's going up, is it McLean or is it going to be Foxes in there? And he almost did it. A little kick over the shoulder that time. That was very clever. But the umpire's blown a whistle as well. So
he's given a free kick to East Ringwood here.
So free kick to Fox, is it?
He's given someone a free kick.
Yeah, it's a free kick to Fox by the looks of things.
Might have been holding in the ruck, maybe.
Maybe that's why he couldn't get that fist to the.
Yeah, he sort of.
Instead.
It looked like he got dragged off it because he did try to kick it out of midair from the ruck contest. So there must have been a little hold on the arm. But we love this guy, Josh Fox. Always is dangerous whenever it goes near him, and he made the goal umpire work pretty hard for that one. But he's put it through, and he's kicked his third goal of the afternoon. Fantastic game by him, and what we talked about, limited touches, but he's made most of them count, and his second half has been superb, actually.
His disposals and goals might be exactly what you said pre-game, Brash, about 10 touches and 3 goals.
Yeah, so I mean, you don't have to have many touches to have influence on a game of footy. That's
done his role.
He's done his role.
And that's the same. To be honest, I mean, while you've got him in your votes, Seymour hasn't had a lot of it.
That's about what he's done with it.
He's done really clean with it.
Josh, you've got another score around the grounds?
Just some other Division 2 scores. Waverley Blues lead by 27 points over Ringwood, and Croydon lead by 17 points over Scoresby.
There we go. So that game next week is going to be massive. Nana out of the middle to Below. Below inside 50. Couldn't quite hit McRae. He had hands to it. Ball comes back out. He's worked hard there, James Below, to get forward. Almost deserved a free kick. Nothing paid as the ball comes back out towards us on the broadcast side. In front position that time was Taylor. Hawks with some numbers. McDonald goes back. Now towards us in the direction of Mav Taylor. At the back, Gleeson got hands to it. Verrill, quick hands. And now they go forward, but Tristan Tweedy read it well. Takes a mark on the chest. Was behind Lockie Wind. Superstar for the East Ringwood side. Tweedy, great to see him back out there in the last couple of weeks. Finds Wetherill. Wetherill's kick's a good one. He finds that man Gilchrist, who kicked 3, coming in today. The late inclusion for Stephen May. And hasn't he had an impact? He goes inside 50. At front position. They get the hands off. McRae's around that one, but the Hawks look to get out of trouble. Now through Colclough. Wrapped up that time by Taylor. We'll get a ball up about 60 out or 50 out from the Hawks goals.
So there's their forward pressure. That's the forward when they come forward and they stop Rowville trying to run the ball out of defence.
Showalmaker's got the palm down. They've worked it up towards half forward. Lockman got a fist on it, but it comes straight back to where it came from, in towards the middle of the ground, where the mark's taken by Mark Smith. Kicked the first goal of the game up towards centre half forward. They're making it look pretty easy here at the moment. Guymer on the left up towards the half forward line. It was a good kick, and they're just training drill style sort of stuff out here, even in the fourth term where fatigue really plays a part. It'd be great to see Jamie Gilchrist kick his 4th goal, and I tell you what, if he kicks this one, it'd be daylight robbery to take him out of the side next week.
Well, Stephen May having to come back through the twos is a big call.
Scary to think that this side's still got a player of his ilk coming back in. Jamie Gilchrist now. It'll take his very best from there. It's a good kick. He just drifted across the face and through for one behind.
And they got Lawson as well. If they need him.
No, he's out for the season. An interesting score at Cheong Park. Baldwin now lead by 26 points. Have kicked the last 8 goals of the game, then lead 93 to 67.
Yeah, that's come out of nowhere. They were trailing all afternoon as Tweedy goes back to Delaney.
Season's still alive.
We'll have to get the ladder up after today. Is the ball coming back to Delaney? Now he goes forward. Can they get a mark out of this? It's Schruck in defence, who's...
Considering South Croydon were 24 points up 10 minutes into the second quarter, that's a big comeback from Baldwin.
It is.
Has Dano gone off?
Well, I know you're proud of that tip, Brash, but you also picked Rowville.
You win some, you lose some.
Exactly.
Walsh goes back to Taylor. Taylor on the half-back line, uses the corridor. Wetherill.
I don't think the whole 5 of us sitting in the caravan thought that this was going to be a shellacking.
I don't know if Wetherill if it's just a camera or if he's been burnt pretty badly from the sun today.
Yeah.
It is a warm, well, not a warm day, but certainly a bright day today.
I can see him from here, Ryan. Yeah, you're not wrong. He's about as bright as the ball.
So, kick forward there from the Hawks. I feel him. I burned very quickly outside.
Yeah, I'm pasty.
There's tail up, inside 50, slipped through hands. Tweedy was out the back. All Roos numbers, juggling it and taking time was Gleeson, but he had plenty of it, so he got off to Tweedy. And now through Walsh, can take a bounce. Handballs it forward. It was going to be Seymour or Guymer. It was Guymer who picked it off eventually. Off to Waitman. Waitman forward. Pearson.
Gee, that
tried
was
to make
ambitious.
something out of that one as the ball is walked over the line by Verrill.
I mean, I know the game's over, but that was just way too easy. They were just jogging along then and not having any pressure put on them.
Division 1 scores. Mitcham now lead by 14 points and Montrose lead by 20 points over North Ringwood at Montrose Recreation Reserve.
North Ringwood in front, are they?
Montrose are in front still.
Montrose in front.
Still a wry smile there from Blake there on the boundary line.
Ball thrown in, Waitman charging at it, got a handball away. Gilchrist, a tricky diggy shot. He cannot get it through.
Josh, there's a game that I've got my eyes on, Heathmont Lilydale. How's that one looking?
6 points separating the Jets and the Falcons, 43-37 in favour of Heathmont.
Reason being, if the Jets can snag that, it really opens the door for Croydon or Waverley Blues.
It does. And speaking of Croydon, they lead by 10 points over Scoresby and the Waverley Blues still lead by 27.
Well, they're marching forward. Can they kick a goal? Taylor,
tackle.
he got crunched.
What a great...
Absolutely crunched.
Put it this way. I know they're nearly 50 points up or 60 points up. That 1% there, that might come back to help them in a situation in a much more important game. Doesn't matter. It looks like he's popped a shoulder here too.
Well, he's popped the shoulder. I think
they have Taylor's down too.
That 1%er might have hurt more than it's helped.
He's pulled him right down on his ankles, I think.
Yeah, and Tweedy's calling the boys in, I think. So
that's not good.
He hasn't moved.
No, that's a pretty serious one.
Stretch is coming out.
Well, gives us a chance to go over some more scores.
It's 18 points out at Surrey Park.
I'm learning this. It's only taken me 27 years, but I did all right there.
Don't forget,
second semester of Radiocraft 101. Go for it, Dave.
Dave, you're learning from the best, my friend.
Division 2, Mulgrave lead by 18 points, 81-63 over Surrey Park. Templestowe have cut it to 4 points. Eastbourne with 10-5-65 to Templestowe 9-7-61. Division 3, Donvale look home against Upper Ferntree Gully. They lead 53-35, so that could be, in fact, 54-35 in time on there at Kings Park. Ferntree Gully lead by 63 points. Knocks out by 88 points remarkably over Whitehorse Pioneers. And the Basin still lead by 3 points over Coldstream out of Coldstream.
Real important one coming through from Zerby's, bro.
Yes, I'll pop that up. It's now 33 points out of Cheong Park, and the Lions have hit the front. 14.
BWS, the scores look very similar to another game you showed me earlier, though. So,
as I'm just getting the signal from Blake over here that the lid's off with Montrose. Even though they're leading by 20 points still over North Ringwood. Mitcham now lead by 20 points. Berwick are now out by 38 points over Noble Park. It's a 54-point lead.
I said 40 by Berwick, so I'm doing well there.
It's 54 points between Vermont and South Belgrave. It looks like the Rowville players are walking off the field as well, so I'm not too sure. Does that could it mean the game?
I think Bielo's gone across to them. He's the captain of East Ring, and he's gone across. I think they're going to call this game off, or they're going to go inside.
It's looking that way.
I mean, there's nothing to the game score-wise for if they were to continue.
I'm not sure what the ruling is.
You've only got 15 minutes left.
Well, it'll be up to. Well, obviously, it'll be up to the two captains, and I believe it'll have to be up to the field umpires in consultation.
Because I'd say that if they're not going to move him, they've taken the stretcher out, but they look like they're not going to move him, which means that it will be ambulance.
Yeah, which means the game will be abandoned.
Yeah.
And no one wants to see that. No one wants to see a game finish like this. It's been a great contest. It's been really tough and hard the whole time. Nothing untoward within the situation, and we don't know who it is that's gone down at the back half.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Because that in terms of statistic, that was a perfect 1%er because Taylor was going to kick a goal then.
Yep.
And they have just called it, so that is that's game. So
Guys, game over.
Yep. So unfortunate finish to the game, of course, and we're certainly feeling for Mav at the moment, and we'll keep you updated, of course, as we're still going to be on air till 5:15 today. So we'll keep an eye on this, but at the moment. Unfortunate to see. The two sides will shake hands here. It's a bit of a somber finish to the game, of course.
Just imagine if this game had been, like 8 points or 5 points, right? And both sides then would have been committed to playing the game out, but then we could be sitting here 40 minutes, 50 minutes before the.
It would have.
That's the problem.
Yeah, but the good thing is this is a smart decision because what happens is when you, especially this late in the game, if you had to come off and then go back on for 15 minutes, you're likely to have other injuries.
By comparison, the injury that happened, I think it was last week or the week before, out at Forest Hill, where the first quarter was where the injury happened, and the quarter went for 97 minutes.
Yeah, that was at
Fair Park.
Yeah, so they, at that point of the game, it's very hard to consider abandoning.
And the Rowville players are getting around Mav Taylor, which is great to see. So it is not something you do like to see end a game, Ryan.
So I think we're going to have Bealo and Seymour maybe for a chat.
Boys, we'll throw it down to you guys.
This is what happens when you turn into a gun.
All right, thank you very much, guys. I've got Felix Seymour down here. Difficult way to end the game, obviously. But other than that, you guys performed so well out there. How does it feel beating a second-place Rowville team like that?
It's great. They're the benchmark of the comp as well. And, we just played well today, defensively, and, a bit unfortunate way to end it.
And you've come into a stacked lineup and made a name for yourself this year. How are you feeling about your performance yourself?
Yeah, it's good. I'm enjoying it this year, having fun. But credit to all the boys getting around it. It's just welcoming all the new boys in. It's good. It's good culture.
Blake with James Beale. Oh,
sorry, James. Signing autographs. Congratulations today. I think you got the minor premiership right now. That's your third minor premiership in 5 years. It's outstanding.
Yeah, cheers, mate. It's definitely been a good year and a good couple of years for sure. Good to be in the position that we're in, but doesn't really mean anything until the end of the year. So, we're just trying to work on parts and parts of our game as we go along, and hopefully we're in good shape for later in the year.
Game 150 for you today. A champion of this club, I must admit, as well. Premiership captain, numerous best and fairest as well. What is this East Ringwood side going into a big finals campaign? You're up there yet again. You've been up there, I'd say, since probably 2022, and you can add in a couple more trophy papers, but that's all right. But talk us about this big finals push that the East Ringwood's going to do.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, 150 games feels like I've played a lot more. I mean, playing all my juniors and stuff as well. Obviously, they're not counted in that, but no, it's been good, mate. I had a lot of injury early in my footy career and stuff, so that was always tricky to get across. But look, we're excited about what we can do. I think a few years gone by, a lot of our young guys were really young, and I think guys like Felix now are coming right on, and your Riley Weatheralds and Jackson Weatheralds and Sammy Walshes and that have really matured into good leaders and strong players for our club. So I feel like we're in a good spot. But again, nothing really matters until the end of the year.
And that shoulder's all good from the fella from East Ringwood. That's all shoulder. I think it was Gleeson. That's all good.
Yeah, he looks like we're hoping it was just a stinger, but we'll have a look, see how it pulls up.
No worries. Enjoy today and the rest of the season.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks there to our two boundary riders with James Bealo and Felix Seymour. If you've just joined us, East Ringwood have won this game by 62 points in the end, 13-15, 93 to 4-7-31 Rowville. A pretty dominant display to lock up the minor premiership, and unfortunately a different finish to the game with the game finishing 9 minutes early. with the unfortunate injury there to Matt Taylor, who's still at ground level. So if we get any updates from now and 5:15, we will keep you updated. But that is it. And East Ringwood will walk away with the 4 points and a minor premiership spot. They're a very good position to go on and win the flag this year if they can continue to perform at this level, which has been super, super impressive. We've got plenty of scores around the grounds. Of course, we're going to have time to do our awards. I'm just having a look at the time at the moment, 4:36. So we've got a lot of time in this back half.
Did we want to go through some progress scores?
I was going to say, do you want me to sing?
Do you need the Peaky Blinders?
Or did we want to have another story from Blake?
No, hang on.
Yeah,
I've lost his microphone.
Yeah, I'd avoid the story. And we can go a bit slower through this, obviously, because we've got some time. We're going to go through the scores. We're going to then have a break, think about our awards. But let's go through, starting with Premier Division. Now, these games, this is now finished a little bit earlier, so I'm assuming there's some games still live. What's going on in Premier? The Zerbies one's interesting.
Yes, it's 5 points separating Doncaster East and Blackburn still. We've played 30 minutes in the last quarter as well, so there might not be too much longer left. Bourne look home against South Croydon. 21 minutes into the last quarter. They lead by 26 points, 101 to 75. Berwick are home against Noble Park, 91 to 47. They lead at Edwin Flack and Vermont 17-20. 122. Lead South Belgrave 8-7-55. Division 1 and Montrose still lead North Ringwood by 14 points out at, or 8 points it's now out at Montrose Recreation Reserve. 12-6-78 the Saints to Montrose 12-14-86. Mitcham 19 points they lead by over Beaconsfield 88-69. Moorbark 143 lead Norwood 24. Park Orchards 176 lead Bayswater 32, and it's locked up out at Tormore Reserve 60 points apiece.
I said it'd be close.
Yeah. Just as close as your Moorbark result. You said they win by a point, but they're 95 points in more on to that.
At least he didn't tip Norwood. We got a final score from Jubilee Park. Waverley Blues have won by 21 points in the end, 10-10-70 to the Redbacks, 7-7-49. Heathmont lead over Lilydale, 8-8-56 to the Falcons, 6-13-49. That's 24 and a half minutes gone in the last quarter. Scoresby trail Croydon, but only by 7 points, 7-14-56 to the Blues, 9-9-63. Mulgrave 19 points up on Surrey Park, 13-12-90 to 10-11-71. And Templestowe now lead by 5 points over East Burwood, 10-10-70 to the Rams, 10-5. In fact, East Burwood have just hit the front, 11-5-71 to Templestowe, 10-10-70. 24 and a quarter minutes gone in the last quarter out there at Templestowe Reserve. So we might keep a close eye on that score throughout the last couple of minutes of the broadcast. Donvale 25-point victors over Upper Ferntree Gully, 9-6-60 to the Kings, 5-5-35. Ferntree Gully won by 62 points over Oakley District, 14-20, 104 to the Oaks, 6-6-42. The Basin, in the end, just get over the line against Coldstream, 11-9-75 to the Cougars, 10-5-65. And Knox are out by 85 points over Whitehorse, 21-21, 147 to the Pioneers, 10-2-62. So Spiders Ruffy going quite well out there at Knox Gardens Reserve this week.
Is he still in that thing?
He's not in the Survivor. This is the Ruffy of the week.
Final division before we go to a break, Josh?
Bulleen Templestowe 28-25, 193. Lead Nunawading 33-21. Warrandyte 65-point victors over Croydon North Emlock. 15-17, 107 to the Kangaroos, 6-6-42. And Churnside Park 15-7, 97 lead Doncaster 9-8-62. No update from Forest Hill Kilsyth. I think it was about 70 or 80 points at three-quarter time I saw on Kilsyth's socials, though, so they should be home as well.
And looking at that, like, I know Churnside Park have won, but they're playing Doncaster at Churnside. That's not a huge win. I still don't think they're in that top two of that division, or maybe not even the top three, even though they could finish top. with their run home. Their run home is pretty easy.
I think it was the last time they played each other. I think it was a 19-point win to Chermside over Doncaster. That was at Scram. So,
That's
Scrams?
Yeah.
Shrams, I think.
Is it Strams or Scrams?
I was going to say, have you ever been there?
I haven't been there in a long time, so sorry about that comment.
They're next door to each other, so it's all right.
Sorry, BWS. I know you're a local.
Yeah, I played at Doncaster, mate.
Yeah.
My name's on the board up there, mate.
Is it? There you go.
Yeah, for fourth.
We've got
Benny Scram.
Yeah, I know our mate Dogger Curtis is going there, BWS. I'm sure he's having a good time still.
All right, we're going to take one last break here. We've still got our awards to hand out. The Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day, the Cryo Stay Young Eastland Best on Ground Award, as well as we'll recap all those results once we get some final scores around the grounds. Out here at Seabeck Oval, it is East Ringwood 62-point winners over Rowville, locking up the minor premiership 13-15-93 to 4-7-31.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Seabeck Oval, the Eastland match of the round. It was East Ringwood big winners out here today. 62 points, 13-15, 93 to the Hawks, 4-7-31. They lock up the minor premiership. They give themselves a very handy buffer on both Rowville as well as Doncaster East if they get the win today. We've got all the scores around the grounds, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Of course, we've still got our awards. Now, this game, if you've just joined us, has finished a little bit earlier, unfortunately, with an injury to Mav Taylor, who unfortunately is still out on ground level. I believe the ambulance is on its way. So our thoughts are with Mav at this moment. In terms of the game, we've still got awards to give out. The Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day Award, as well as the Cryo Stay Young Eastland Best on Ground Award. of course, we've got Wayne Brasher and Ben Warren-Smith who've done a fantastic job today. They're off. So, Matt Spiderlee, welcome back to you. We've got also our boundary riders here as well, and Jared Beanland and Blake Tennant joining us in the van. And we'll get stuck into the awards. Let's start with the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Now, I think it was spoken a bit about, but Josh Fox had a couple of good goals. What else? Anything else? Contenders that from memory?
No, there were. I think probably both of his were different.
Yep.
But they were both, I suppose, as spectacular as one another. But otherwise, I think there could have been, but they missed.
Yes, yeah.
So, I mean, Seymour's would have been nearly goal of the day, but he's missed it. And there's another one down the other end that's the same. But I would go with Fox. I think Fox deserves
Fox for me. Everyone say aye?
Yeah, happy with that one.
Aye. We don't need to say aye, but that's okay. Josh Fox, Tobin Brothers goal of the day. All right, we've got our votes. Now, of course, Brash and BWS who have been here have given me their votes. Do we want to read them out first?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Read them out first. All right, so the 1, 2, 3 for Ben Warren-Smith. 1 vote to Showermakers, 2 to Seymour, 3 to Josh Waitman. And for Brash, he's gone almost very completely in completely different in the votes. Nolan, 1 vote. 2 to Seymour and James Below the 3. So I'll keep track of these as we continue to go on. Davo's ready to go. He loves to get these underway and kickstart us off. So Brett Davidson, you're 1, 2, 3. Different, similar? What have you got to...
I've got a little bit of everything here, but I apologise. I thought Gilchrist had a great game. I haven't managed to get Seymour in. I thought Showermakers was good, but I couldn't get him in as well. I've gone 1 for Nolan. I thought he was outstanding in defence. I thought his work rate was good. He's just calm. He's just calm in defence. He just helps them out. I've given 2 to Delaney. I thought his ability to be able to get the ground under control through his voice and his vision is totally underrated. And then when there were 1%ers needed in defence, he gave them. And I think he's he played his 150th game. His ability to hit the contested speed, 1% of work. He started them off with his groundwork, but Bielo I thought was not easily, but I thought he was the best man on the ground today. 3 votes.
3 votes to James Below there for Brett Davidson. I'll move it down the line to Josh Ward. You're 1, 2, 3 today.
Going to give 1 vote to Josh Fox. A great impact game from him up forward. 2 votes to Felix Seymour. I do love this kid, and I think he's got a very bright future ahead. And 3 votes to James Below.
There we go. So another 3 to James Below, the skipper. Let's go back to Blake Tennant. You're 1, 2, 3 today.
Yeah, sort of similar to. It's the exact same. I think Josh looked over my votes, but I've got 1.
No, you looked over mine.
1 to Fox, 2 to Seymour, and 3 to the skipper, James Below.
All right, so another 3 to James Below. Jared Beanland, you're 1, 2, 3. Is it different, similar? What do you got?
Oh, it's a little different, actually. Usually I would try and get some of the defenders in. I thought it was a really good systems-based defence by East Ringwood. I've given 1 to Jamie Gilchrist. I think he deserves 1. I've given 2 to Remy McLean. I thought when the game was up for grabs in that first quarter, he really took command in the ruck as well as kicking those 2 goals in the first quarter. And 3 to James Below. It's hard to resist giving him the best on ground.
Looks like he's going to be a runaway winner of the award. Matt Spiderlee, you're 1, 2, 3 today.
Yeah, look, it was just such an even performance from East Ringwood. You can easily put some of those defenders in, as Davo alluded to.
Joined by Joy. He's gone.
You could easily, you could easily put a couple of those forwards in as well, like guys like Fox. It was very hard to put a Rowville player in. I just didn't think they had really any winners around the ball. I just thought they got smashed at contest and clearance, and just their offense, East Ringwood. But I've settled on, for my votes, I've actually gone for 1 vote I'll give to Felix Seymour. I thought his work, and just watching him over the past few weeks, just his ability to carry the ball, burst out of stoppage, and the way that he links up, and his ball use is just first class. So he's definitely a superstar in the making, and if they can hold on to him, well, who knows what he's capable of. But he's got talent to definitely step up to other levels of footy that where it's a VFL or clubs can look at him, because I think he's definitely got a future. One vote. I thought McLean was really important in that first quarter, taking some really big marks, just his ability to compete, and then to finish his work, but also his ruck work around the ground. And he's just his presence around the ground. He's some really strong marking. So I've given him 2 votes today, and I think 3 votes. Just not only his energy, but just the way he can, his clearance work. And just so clean by hand and foot. James Bealow, 150 games. I think he was easily the most influential and the best player on the ground today.
So it doesn't matter what I vote for, because James Bealow will win the award. For what it's worth, now, obviously brothers, they're quite similar looking. I couldn't actually split Connor and Josh apart a lot of the times, and I was just saying Waitman without knowing which one it is. So I'm going to
give them half each.
I'll give them both a one. I'll give 1 to Connor, 2 to Waitman, because I thought both of them, and I'll be interested to see the stats when it comes up, just to see the disposals. But I think they were around the contest at all times. I thought they were really impressive. I've left Harry Nolan out, who I think is quite important today. I think every single contest he won, and it's such a key player, a big body down back, and I think his role is maybe not talked about enough.
And you've got to remember, Ryan, that he missed out on the grand final a couple of years ago.
And he has VFL experience
too. That was a huge decision for him not to play in that game, because remember, he came back from VFL, and they played him in the second.
I think it was the player points.
And it was to the points, but I think he feels like there's a point to prove this season. And I thought his game today, I have to agree with you, it was brilliant.
Yeah, and particularly with obviously Stephen May as the late out. He was very important on the day. I'll give 3 to James Bealow as well. I just thought he was fantastic. I didn't think he was the clear best player on the ground. I think East Ringwood, it was a very, very good team performance. You could name every single player on this that they played their role today, where unfortunately Rowville probably didn't quite have that same impact. So James Bealow does win the Cryo Stay Young Eastland Best On Ground Award. Get down to Cryo Stay Young Eastland, down at Eastland.
Never been there before. I wouldn't mind going there.
What are you doing tomorrow, mate?
I'm off to the D10.
Okay, well, maybe another time, but...
the Tigers mini final.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, won't have to talk about that too much. Let's now, obviously, that's our 2 awards, so hopefully, now, very interesting out here at Seabeck Oval. The rooms for the opposition side are well over the far side, so we'll see those boys start to cross the field to get back to the club rooms, and we'll chase them up. Hopefully for...
almost need the minibus to go around and get them and bring them back over.
Yeah, it's a fair way to get out to, so we'll see if we can get them before, obviously, we finish up here. Let's continue, and we're going to go through the scores again. Hopefully we've got a few more final scores, but we'll also, because we've still got a bit over 20 minutes left, we'll talk about each division as a whole, how that implicates the ladder, as we're very much approaching finals time. Let's start at Premier Division, Josh. Obviously this game, East Ringwood 62-point winners. They luck up top spot. The other big game was Blackburn v Doncaster East for a double chance. Have we got a final score?
We do, and it is Doncaster East who have locked up a double chance. 14-7-91 the Lions, defeating Blackburn 13-8-86 in a thriller out there at Zerbies.
Just means Blackburn have got to do it the hard way. Looks like it now.
It does. Well,
Doncaster East has still got to play Rowville, and they've still got to play. They've got to still play East Ringwood, don't they?
But I think they're 3 games ahead now.
They're 3 games ahead. Or Blackburn have slipped out of the top 5 now because Berwick have gotten over the line against Noble Park. 14-98 to Noble Park, 8-5-53. They're 2 games and percentage in front of Vermont, who got over the line 20-22-142 to South Belgrave 9-9-63. And then the other game, then Dano Kings 350th. Baldwin spoiled the party in the end out of Cheong Park.
Typical Baldwin.
The Tigers 16-11-107 defeating South Croydon 11-12-78 out there.
I think that makes a statement.
Yeah.
Because really, they were 27 points in front or 24 points in front during the second quarter. To give up, and I think it was a 9-goal run, to give up a 9-goal run is unacceptable at your home ground. Such a big game. That's a really, really disappointing performance from South Croydon. But it also says to Baldwin that, they obviously were able to click it and get it in gear. And because they've got a great list, they just haven't been able to play.
But we talked about it pre-game day. It's that method of going through the motions, and they have been going through the motions, but obviously they've decided to click into gear today, and they still want to play the season out.
Yep.
And they have done that, and that's probably their best quarter of the year.
Well, they're 2 points behind Berwick in 5th place now, Baldwin, so there's still mathematically a chance. Obviously, they play Doncaster East next weekend, which is a very crucial game for them now. They play Noble Park and Rowville in their final 2 games. So they win 2 of those 3 games. They're a shot, whereas you look at Berwick, I think they have to play Rowville as well. Yep. Vermont have an easier run home and probably are the 4th best side in it at the moment, although Blackburn certainly do have a case getting very close to Doncaster East. But, so Vermont have jumped up into 4th, the Wick is in 5th, and Blackburn now slipped down to 6th on the table.
It's that tight that Blackburn could have been really pushing for a double chance. Now they're just got to make sure they guarantee to play finals. They've got a good run home, I think, from memory, so I think
they're 3 winnable games.
Yeah, so they play Noble Park next weekend. So
and they've got South Belgrave
and
Berwick versus Berwick, which is probably an early Elan.
That's a big game, yeah.
Now, the percentage was something we looked at with those 2 bottom sides in South Belgrave and Noble Park. Has that been made up at all, Josh? Has that really changed?
Yeah, it's about just under 4% differential between South Belgrave and Noble Park. So South Belgrave sit on 67% and Noble Park on 63.7%. So I think it's somewhat closed a little bit. I know it was 5%. I think maybe even a couple of weeks ago heading into this weekend. So I think if not South Belgrave, but Noble Park will be glad that Vermont did them somewhat of a favour as well, Ryan.
Yeah, that's right. If you've just joined us, the game did finish here earlier with unfortunate injury with 9 minutes to play to Mav Taylor, and the ambulance has arrived now on ground level. So for those who were listening in before, as we said, we send our thoughts out to
we're taking
Mav.
good care of.
Absolutely, as the ambulance out on the field here at Seaback Oval. Back to our games. Jared, you're about to make a point there, I think.
Just more that South Belgrave versus Noble Park. It's a shame that they not going to play against each other, because that would be sort of like a relegation type battle. But now it's down to percentage and almost a race to the bottom. Who can lose the least?
Can one of them pull off an upset?
Well, who's more likely? I mean,
what do they play? Who do they play?
I don't know. Who's more likely? I don't know. I could see it for either, but I could also see both sides not winning games.
Well, for South Belgrave, they play East Ringwood next weekend. I think they'll lose that game. South Croydon and then Blackburn in the final 2 games.
And they're both at home.
Yeah, at home. So they're certainly.
Can they win one of them?
South Croydon's the one.
Both teams.
You would think so.
Both teams play South Croydon.
And Blackburn might have to win that game against South Belgrave to actually cement their spot.
Yeah, and Noble Park, they also play Blackburn, as mentioned, next week. Then Bourne and South Croydon as well in the final game of the home and away season.
Well, they've kind of like got 2, haven't they? I'm not saying Bourne are down the bottom, but if they're not going to beat any of the top 3 or 4.
No, they're not. But
they're playing sides that are in the 6 and 8 at the moment. Yeah. So they've got an opportunity. So it's still down to the wire.
I cannot wait to see your run home article this weekend, Ryan, particularly for Premier Division.
Yeah, I was just doing the math in my head, trying to work out. There's probably a couple of predictions I had coming into this weekend that might change. So
wait till AI gets hold of that one. AI won't know what to do.
Yes. Division 1?
Yes, let's have a look at Division 1 because there's a couple of big things and we have a new ladder leader.
We do indeed, and it is the Tigers who got over the line against Beaconsfield, 15-11, 101 to Beaconsfield, 11-9-75, and it was courtesy of Montrose, and thank God Blake isn't here. He was showing me the scores.
Don't worry, he's
still here, boys.
He's still here.
all I'm saying, Montrose have now defeated the top 2 sides in Mission and North Ringwood. So
at home, but you don't play at home during finals.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
You're also yet to beat South.
Exactly. You had to
final.
You had to play then. Montrose 14 13-14-98 defeating North Ringwood, 13-7-85. There's some two big scores. Park Orchards 30-15-195 defeating Bayswater 6-3-39. And Moorbuck have decimated Norwood by 112 points, 22-11-143 to Norwood 4-7-31. And a thriller out at Tormore Reserve. The Hawks have just gotten over the line against Swanee South. 9-12-66 Baronia to the Devils, 9-6-60 out there. So that's their first side inside the top 5 that the Hawks have defeated in season 2026.
Yeah, it's a big result, isn't it? Like, where does that leave Wanturna South?
And where does it leave Baronia?
Well, there's still two games.
Yeah, two games in percentage.
Because Montrose defeating North Ringwood, it doesn't help. So, I mean, if the Saints had a won, then you could keep that story alive. I guess mathematically they still stay alive, but you're relying on beating now Park Orchards, who are in unbelievable form, and North Ringwood, and you need Montrose to lose both games to who have they've got? They've got Mitcham and Beaconsfield. So you'd think they'd beat Beaconsfield in the final round of the season. Yeah. It's not going to happen. And then is that then percentage as well?
Yes. Percentage
as well, which is so no, that's done.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned North Ringwood in the final game of the home and away season. So
who are now there's going to be, I think at one stage we thought maybe they get to that final round, North would be resting players. They need to win those games to obviously finish on top.
Yeah, they do. But for the latter, as you mentioned, Ryan, North Ringwood sit on top with Mitcham sit on top.
Yep.
Park Orchards an hour game behind them, and with their run home and North Ringwood, I think they've got some pretty friendly games on their run home as well. It's still probably the qualifying final in Division 1.
Well, sorry, Josh, to catch you off again. It does rule out Wanty South for the double chance, you think, from here.
Well, they're probably gone.
Yep.
They're not going to be able to do it.
And for the Tigers, I think with their run home, they probably look the side. Who have North Ringwood got next week, sorry, Josh?
Moorbuck they play, and then they play Baronia in the final game.
So next week will be important against Montrose.
We would expect North Ringwood to win those last two games.
There is a chance that Mitcham could drop one to Montrose or maybe
South.
Wanturna South.
More
likely the Montrose
game will be interesting.
Yeah, Wanturna South. Even though it's at Walker Reserve, I think they've just dropped off a little bit. Did we want to talk about the crazy weekend in Division 2? Another crazy one.
Get stuck into it.
Well, the top two went down. Eastburg were 2-point victors in the end over Templestowe. 11-6-72 to the Dockers, 10-10-70, avenging their earliest season defeat against the Dockers out of Templestowe Reserve as well. They had an opportunity, Templestowe, to move to equal points with Surrey Park, who lost to Mulgrave today. Their second loss of season 2026. 10-12-72 the Panthers to Mulgrave, 13-13-91. That's a much-needed scalp for the Lions, having gotten close twice against Templestowe, and now they're able to knock off Surrey Park on their home deck as well. Scoresby, 5-point winners in the end over Croydon, 9-14-68 to the Blues, 9-9-63. I'll see if they've put the match winner up as well of that contest.
Well, they love a close game, Croydon, don't they?
They do, and I think it was Jordan Camilleri who was the match winner as well for Scoresby. And what was their Heritage Day as well?
It would have been a big crowd out there.
It would have, and I think they would have worn their Heritage jumper like they did last year. So Waverley Blues, 21-point victors over Ringwood, 10-10-70 to the Redbacks, 7-7-49. So that's a crucial win for the Waverley Blues because they now leapfrog, jump into the top 4. They're a game clear of Lilydale and Croydon because the Lilydale went down by 7 points to Heathmont, who reassured their spot in Division 2 for season 2027.
And just quickly, that game was also Ryan Young's 200th.
Yes.
And Lockie Svern's 100th.
And the Jets got over the line 8-8-63 to 56, I should say, to Lilydale's 6-13-49. So chaos in Division 2 once again.
Bad kicking there from Lilydale. And
bad kicking's bad football.
It
that's all I
is,
can say.
as the coach, as you would say, Davo. But good for Heathmont to win with a couple of milestone games as well.
Yep.
So that's important for them.
And
sorry, Josh.
And crucially for them, them and Eastburg are 2 games clear of Ringwood now at the bottom of the table. Scoresby a game clear and a little bit of percentage as well on Ringwood, same as Heathmont. So
that becomes next week a must-win game for Ringwood. If they lose that, they're relegated. Even if they win, it might just come down to percentage of that final round of the season.
And in terms of the finals positions, now Mulgrave have locked up the double chance because they're 2 games and percentage clear of Waverley Blues inside the top 3. So
what points are 4th 4th and 5th.
So 4th and 5th, the 36 points. That's Waverley Blues. Lilydale and Croydon are on 32 points each. So, but Lilydale have only just got them on percentage, 2.08 separating Lilydale and Croydon.
Well, the biggest winners of this round for Division 2 are definitely Waverley Blues.
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't have seen Croydon slip up against Scoresby and Lilydale losing to Heathmont as well. Those are two results going the way of the Waverley Blues that are just going to give them that leg up. They have Templestowe next week. They almost kind of, I mean, their percentage is rough at the moment, but given where the other two teams
Croydon's run home is Mulgrave and Surrey.
And Lilydale, I know, play Surrey Park next weekend, and they play Scoresby the following weekend, who they lost to earlier in the year.
Each of those teams have at least one loss left, potentially. Croydon with 2. So Waverley Blues, they won't mind coming up against Templestowe, and then they round it out against Heathmont.
Bit of pressure on Croydon.
A lot of pressure on Croydon.
Yeah, they slipped up late last year, didn't they, Croydon? And missed on finals. It could be something similar.
But this could be what happened at the start of the season. Could once again come back to bite them. Got off to a slow start.
Yep.
Do we want to touch on Division 3?
Yes. Yep.
So Donvale have pretty much locked in the minor premiership with a 25-point victory over Upper Ferntree Gully. Their percentage still remains strong. They're equal on points with the Basin, but who won in the end by 10 points. The Bears 11-9-75 to Coldstream 10-5-65. Donvale 9-6-60 to Upper Ferntree Gully 5-5-35. Oakley District officially going down to Division 4 next season. They went down to Ferntree Gully 14-20, 104 to the Oaks 6-6-42. And Knox, in the end, won by 88 points out of Knox Gardens Reserve. 21-24, 150 to the Pioneers. Very accurate Pioneers, 10-2-62. But a great roughie of the week, Spider.
We can't get them all the time. But,
what that does do is I think that makes this division even more interesting now because Upper Gully, that's a disappointing scoreline more than anything.
It is,
It's not so much getting beat, but at home to only be able to score, what is it?
35.
5-5-35. That's that. Day like today, that's really disappointing.
Yeah, defensively they haven't really held up either because they've still conceded 9 goals when they held them to 4 goals last time. So
and it's a good result for Donvale because they needed to have that win to break even in the 2 games they played against them. And then the Basin, I know they've only won by 10 points. They got over the line.
They just had to go there and win. And Knox finally put a 4-quarter performance together. And we've been waiting for it the whole season, and it's finally happened. But there's still some work to do if they're going to have any impact in a final series.
But essentially next weekend, what it comes down to, if the Basin want to win the minor premiership, because Upper Ferntree Gully are out of calculations, their percentage is too weak against the Basin and Donvale to see them claim the minor premiership. The Bears have to win whoever they play next weekend. I think it's the Wild Horse Pioneers at Springfield Park, and they also need Donvale to lose to Knox, and I think that's at Donvale Reserve.
Not happening.
Yeah, I think the minor premiership is set in Division 3. It looks set to be a 4th consecutive one, remarkably for
But that's
Donvale.
not the one they want.
It's not.
When you look further afield, I think just given the form line at the moment, I'd still have Donvale as the premiership favourites. It's hard not to.
And just on a side note as well, a lot of the Rowville players as well, I know we don't have it on camera, but they're getting around Mav Taylor before he gets into the ambulance, which is great to see. So, but did we want to drop down into Division 4?
I just wanted to say something on Donvale. I was thinking about it. Do you think them this time around even though they finished, they've gone through, won second semis, gone through the grand finals the past couple of years. This year, it's such an even division in Division 3, that top 3. There's a possibility that they could lose that second semi this year.
Yeah, that's true.
And they could have to come back the other way. So it could all work out the opposite for them, that it might be a good thing that they actually even play consecutive weeks.
Yeah, good point.
Well, they're certainly not going to go into a final series
underprepared,
Yeah.
But not only that, they're not going to go in saying, well, we've got, it's ours to lose.
Yeah, that's right. It's a different mindset this year.
Because the other two are very, very competitive sides that are in there. I think the 4th side is probably going to be making up the numbers.
Yeah.
But I think the top 3 are certainly, on their day, any of those could win it.
And quickly through Division 4, not too many surprises here. Bulleen Templestar 199, defeated Nuttawading 21 at Coonung Reserve. Warrandyte, as mentioned, 107 defeated Corridor North Emlock 42. Churnside Park, in the end, 44-point victors over Doncaster, 16-10, 106 to the Sharks, 9-8-62, and Kilsyth, 134-point victors, I should say, over Forest Hill, 22-22, 154 to the Zebras, 2-8-20. So not too many surprises in Division 4 this
but not
weekend.
convincing really for Churnside, is it? Like 44 points.
It was just the last quarter in the end that got them over the line.
Yeah, they just did enough, but they've still got a little bit of work to do to really suggest that they're going to be a real contender or a threat.
Led by 12 points at three-quarter time before they then kicked, I think it would have been about 5 goals in the end, 5 goals to 2 behinds in the last quarter to get the 4 points, did the Panthers. So, but that's all the scores from around the grounds.
Thank you, Josh. And, of course, the ladder on that, obviously, it's a little bit thrown out because Bulleen Templestowe have a bye in the final round of the season. Fair Park had the bye today, so they've dropped to 4th. The Bull Ants play Fair Park next week. The loser of that is at risk if Kilsyth both win their games against Churnside Park and then Warrandyte in the final round of the season. Is a bit of an ask, but I actually think they might even go as favourites next week against the Panthers. So we'll just keep an eye on that. They're not officially ruled out yet, Kilsyth, but it is still alive in that division. So,
which is what you want to see, don't you?
Yes.
I mean, you want to see, the finals positions. If you think about it now, there's finals positions just about open everywhere. Maybe not third division.
Well, probably not. Third division's done.
Definitely not. It is funny enough that for a side that is sitting 6 points out of the top 4, they actually have the fate of their season in their head. No, I'm doing the math wrong, I think. I think I've done the math wrong on this one.
Yeah, you've pulled a Blake Tennant.
What are they? Are they 6 points behind Fair Park or 2?
I think they'd be 2.
So my ladder just hasn't loaded.
I don't think it's updated the ladder, which is interesting.
So. Yes, so
you were doing it right.
Yes, that they are for a side that's outside the top 4. That fate's in their hand because Fair Park and Bulleen both have a bye. Yes, I knew I was on the right path on that one. We're going to start to wrap things up here as Blake Tennant comes back. Your final thoughts around the grounds? I don't know how many of those scores you heard, Blake.
Well, I think Div 4, you've pretty much got every tip right. Unless you're Josh Ward tipping Norwood to beat Mooroolbark. Apart from that's probably the one there. Show he's tipping this year, but that's plenty of lessons to learn.
Mate, you don't back in your own side.
Yeah, well, that's this. I'm not... I'm a mutual, Josh. Donvale's...
No, you're not.
Donvale minor premiers yet again. I think that's probably the 4th straight year or something ridiculous like that as well. I think that's probably the key in Division 2.
Most score winner on too.
Mulgrave, I think that's the biggest winner of the week, I would say, against Surrey Park, who, look to be the team to beat, which everyone knows and all that. But I think East Belwood as well. Those two, that's 2 massive wins, especially in the top 2 for that. And First Division, we all know who that one. And Premier, East Ringwood are really just above everyone, I guess.
Yeah, we know Div 1 is all about Mitcham going on top of the ladder.
Yes, that's a big one.
Yeah, absolutely. Big thank you to you on the boundary today. Also out at Tormore in the morning.
Yes, busy day.
Yeah, busy day for you.
Busy night coming up too. But looking forward to it.
Enjoy your 21st, mate, tonight.
Yes. Mate, it'll be popping off, I know that.
Okay, good. That's very good to hear. You alongside Jared Beanland on the boundary today. Did a fantastic job, Jared.
Thanks, Ryan. It was a lot of fun here today.
Yes, out in the sun for the first time for you out at Seabeck Oval.
Yep.
Josh Ward was out at Tormore for the morning in the women's and also did our scores around the grounds this afternoon.
Fantastic to be out here at Seabeck and to be out at Tormore as well, Blake. That was...
I have to admit that Tormore is...
You've changed.
I have changed and incredible.
To Brett Davidson, always great to have you on for a Saturday afternoon and we saw a very good side today, Brett.
We did. I think we saw a style of football that all clubs have known that this is what they can do, but for them to come out and do it the way they did to the second side says to everyone else, well, we need to lift we have to be at our very, very best to beat this team.
Absolutely.
And I think that's I think we heard the coach say that it was the best first 3 quarters they've played all year.
Absolutely. To Wayne Brasher and Ben Warren-Smith as well. Big thank you to them. Matt Spider-Lee, great to have you on pre-game, halftime, post-game.
Yeah, enjoyed it. What a day. East Ringwood thoroughly deserved their win, and they're going to be a mighty team and hard to beat into the finals of what Davo just said. Yeah, polished four-quarter performance, and and all those other results across Division 1 and 2. And, some great results there for clubs and also down the grades as well. So we're starting to get to the nitty-gritty and working out who's going to be there in September.
Absolutely. To Megan Green behind the camera, Lee Green behind the scenes. A big thank you to all listeners. East Ringwood 13-15-93 to Rowville 4-7-31.